Right, we all. Right, we all. Yeah. Rent a girlfriend. What the? Okay. This is not half bad. Okay. What even? What the fuck is the story about, dude? Is she like the main girl? And I still don't know who the fuck this guy is. I can't tell her, dude. I don't know what this whole story's about, dude. Like I, I don't know if I can sit down and read this whole crap. All right, hey, what's good? What's good? What's good? What's good? What's good? We're just clicking through pages for now. It's gonna take a lot more than that to beat Lancelot. You see now, Galahad, that pudgy fairy he turned into. Dense magical energy is a gigantic torrent of mud. Is that the secret to him blocking my strike? No way he can move freely without having the magic to resist him. Where did he learn a trick like that? Who even is this guy? You thought a little stream would be enough to stop me cold, but your inferior copy. Your inferior copy from the start, it's pissing me off. He turns into a fat... Why does he turn into a fat fairy? Quarter fairy clan. I can hover above the ground at least. Okay. Okay. Yo, it's good. It's this Four Knights of the Apocalypse. I kind of started clicking through it after like a certain point, and I wouldn't really say I'm reading it. I don't know if I would necessarily say like I'm reading it, but it is. I don't know. It's kind of like Kagura. It's kind of like the exact opposite of Kagurabachi for me right now. What the hell's this? Sweet reincarnation. It's kind of like the exact opposite of Kagurabachi for me, where it's like with Kagurabachi, I was reading it pretty consistently up till about chapter 90 something, and then I kind of just stopped. Versus this one, where I think I started reading around like reading. I'm clicking through images, where I started clicking through like the pages around like 113 or 130 something. What chapter are they on? Yeah, like chapter 180 something. At some point in the past, like last year, I started clicking through like some of the pages, and I was like, all right, I don't know what's going on, but sure, you know. I don't know. I'm really not even. I can't even really bother. How many centuries till Naruto versus Luffy is out? Dude, I've got okay. Let me catch you guys up on something. So I had family show up because they kind of wanted to be like they kind of wanted to show up. They kind of wanted to watch the World Cup out here. My mom ended up bringing my grandma over when she flew back, so I had some of like my cousins essentially show up for like to be here with grandma, yada yada yada. Then they all were gonna head back together. So they did, but then I had my aunt show up with my other two cousins, and then my uncle and his wife showed up. So I'm just like, dude, I've got people, and then my cousin who was supposed to go back home ended up having their flight canceled by the airline. So then they ended up staying a little bit longer. I've had family over, dude. I have had family over for a hot minuto. Like, I'm trying to do my best here. I got like 4 more pages done. We're around like 34 pages in. I'm done with Baratie. We're gonna finish up Arlong, who's the penultimate villain of East Blue. Because technically, the actual final villain, quote unquote, of East Blue is technically either Smoker or Buggy slash Alvita, depending on how you choose to go with it. Yeah, family be family. I gotta take my cousins tomorrow around, I gotta take them around town tomorrow, so that'll be that'll be fun. So yeah, It'll get out when it gets out. What's this about? A pastry chef with a promising future is reborn as the son of a poor lord. The boy's name is Pastry. Cool. And he will be the next lord of the territory. Okay, the struggles of a young pastry's story begin as he aims to make people smile with his desserts and create a land flourishing with happiness. The best sweets come from the best tale. This is a sweet fantasy that takes the royal road to change the world. Wow. Does this look like a woman to you guys? I mean, it's a fantasy story, so usually you'll see a lot of guys with long hair. I don't know. The facial feature is giving me a dude. But anyway, I'm gonna click through like one. Oh. Thought this was a dude. Oh. Oh wait, no, it is a dude. What the fuck? Oh. Okay. He was a pastry chef, as you must make the world's best desserts, blah 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 territory. Oh, and then he woke up and now he's this brat. Oh, fantastic. Yeah. Click through pages. Yeah. This way. And indeed was born a purpose of making the world's best desserts. That light is this magic. Yeah. Okay, yeah, I'm over it. Alright, so what are you guys ready to talk about? I have kind of no real plan for today. Stand proud. You were strong. Argentina to Egypt. R.I.P. I heard that, like, Argentina went, like, band for band with a place called Capo Verde. I don't know where the fuck that was from. I was kind of... I'm not gonna lie, when my family was, like, sitting down watching that game, I was like, what's going on? Who is CPV? And I thought about making a really fucked up video. I thought about making a really fucked up joke that only my girlfriend got, but I don't know what's going on here. All right, maybe some of the Gacha Kuta people are probably gonna get mad at me because I clicked through the chapters by accident. Well, not even by accident. I just clicked on it because I wanted to. Eon, this is a slop. What's a slop? What exactly is a slop? Oh, Cape Verde. Yeah. Anyway, Cape Verde. They went really hard. Like, my cousin was telling me a little bit about them. She was like, some of them were, like, actual electricians. Like, they had, like, a very small, underdeveloped, like, football community. But, like, they ended up going with, like, one of the favorites to win the World Cup. I'm like, wow, that's actually pretty fucking sweet. Good for them. Seriously. Sexist Eon? How is it? What did I say that was sexist? Assuming gender by appearance? Yes, I assume gender by appearance. Doesn't everyone? My apologies. What do you want me to tell you? You try looking at Mahito. You try looking at, like, Mahito on a specific angle and tell me if you can tell that's a dude or a chick. Oh no, you're both wrong. It's a curse. Hey, what's up, Sailor Diamond? What's up, man? Anyway. Alright, so. I'm gonna catch you guys up a little bit. No, you're fine. No, don't apologize. You're fine. You're fine. You're fine. Hope everybody's doing good, though. Hope everybody's having a good week. Did you see the Nicotine Addict Catgirl anime trailer? Oh, yeah, my girlfriend told me we needed to watch that. Letty told me that, I need to check that out with her, so whenever that season comes out. Messi's the you-know at football. He's been glazed by the admin. I still don't know what makes a good football player a good football player. Like, I've been reading Blue Lock, and I see the shit that those guys can do, and then I look at regular football matches, and I'm like, yo, this shit is the most boring sport I've ever fucking seen. The one game I decided to really sit down and watch with my family, I ended up realizing that, like, oh shit, I'd spent 95 minutes watching two teams fail to score a single goal. Like, might throw together a Yusuke versus Ichigo death battle debunk just to post something while I work. Spoiler warning, obviously, but thought you might learn something cool. Hey, I mean, shit, let me know. I'll check it out live on stream. I'm so down for that. I don't know why, but, like, whenever you put, like, a clip, or whenever, like, you put, like, a clip, and then, like, with your, obviously your voice is a little monotone, so, like, whenever, like, you respond to what they're saying and, like, completely debunk them, I just find that to be so funny, dude. Like, it is both informative and genuinely funny by, like, the I guess I can say, like, the consistent tone of your voice, combined with, like, the like, I guess that you could say, the pacing plus the tone of your voice, for some reason, it just makes me laugh whenever you're debunking someone, because it's like, Death Battle, obviously, they put in, like, a lot of effort into, like, you know, sounding as animated and trying to give, like, the characters that bit of life, so whenever, I feel like if you debunk them, it'll just be, like, a really jarring but funny comparison. Best of luck with it, dude. Eon, will you read I got reincarnated as a hero's ribcage? You know what? The title is interesting enough, sure. I'm just gonna write ribcage and see what pops up. No, it's red cage. Reincarnated as heroes ribcage. I don't think it's here. Hey, what's up? Yeah, back to the manga mines. They won't. I gotta do it. What is the punishment for spoiling One Piece in the server? You know waterboarding? It's that, but with beans instead. We'll put a towel over somebody's head if they, if somebody spoils One Piece in the, in any of the servers, we'll cover them, we'll cover their face in like a paper towel, like a very thin paper towel, and we'll just start pouring beans all over their fucking face. We'll just pour hot beans. Now, who's gonna find those beans? Who's gonna cook them up? Definitely not me, but somebody will do it at some point in time. I got reincarnated as a 67 bazillion-year-old power scaler YouTube streamer. Alright, fuck off. Ribcage. Reincarnated. You know what? I'm just typing this into fucking Google and seeing what pops up. Reincarnated as heroes. As the hero's rib. My ridiculous reincarnation? You're fucking kidding me. That's not the actual name. That's not the actual fucking name, dude. Ridiculous reincarnation. Come on, dude. That is... that is... Fuck, I hate that. I hate that so much. You know, Yash out-hacked Ichigo, by the way. I got proof to. You got proof? I mean, if you want to, I can start up a stream thing. If you guys want to give me some of your hottest, most insane fucking takes, we can also do that today. Smash or pass on Goss Harag. Also, what's up? I'm passing on Goss Harag. Why the fuck are you asking me if I would smash? Guys, would you smash this monster? Would you guys smash this guy? This is a monster from Monster Hunter. His name is Goss Harag. It's like a giant bear. What the why you gotta ask me that, dude? What? Pouring bean soup at them. That's what I'm saying. Like just a large helping of like just bean soup right in their faces if they start spoiling the One Piece manga. These reincarnation series are becoming more ridiculous. That's what I'm saying. Well, someone did spoil something that happened in the next chapter. That's why Aster asked. Right, so we're gonna have to DDoS them, we're gonna have to find out where they live, we're gonna have to break into their home, probably put down their parents, and then say, yo, and then tie them down to a chair while we pour beans over their face, you know, like, it's the only reasonable explanation, or the only reasonable consequence that we can give anybody who decides to act and do something so selfish, you know what I'm saying? I don't know, man, he seems fun to cuddle. This guy is like fucking 8 feet tall, dude. Not even 8 feet tall, this thing is like 12 feet tall. I don't know how big Gossarag is. This thing is like 12 fucking feet tall. It literally says it, a nomadic, aggressively predatorial monster. What the fuck do you mean it seems fun to cuddle? If by smash you mean into pieces, then yes. Yeah, no, I actually, you know what's funny? I actually fucked up a Gossarag last night. I was, I've been playing, Monster Hunter, I've been playing Monster Hunter every couple of days now just because, I don't know, I've just been having fun with it. Monster Hunter Rise specifically. 5.89 meters. How tall is that? 1 second. 5.89 meters to feet. Yeah. That's so helpful, dude. That's so freaking helpful. 5.89. There we go. It's 19 feet tall, dude. There's no way you're gonna sit here and tell me you're gonna cuddle with a giant. Let me just preface this again. Giant, where the fuck is it? Behavior. A giant, nomadic, aggressively predatorial monster that is prowling cold environments in search of prey. There's no way you're gonna sit here and tell me I'm not into furries. Me either. By the way, I recently found out of a Soul Society Ichigo is country level. I believe it. If I'm not gonna get a disease, it still looks like it'll hurt. What the fuck are you talking about? fuck are you talking about with the disease and shit? All right. By the way, I recently found out of a new term because my girlfriend and I were like, we were watching The Boys, and a lot of weird stuff happens in The Boys if you guys, watch it. And I think as we were talking about that discussion, we ended up kind of transferring into like a discussion about YouTube. And there's this guy, Myron Gaines. I don't know if you guys know it. He's like the ultimate alpha male teacher or whatever. He's going to teach you how to treat and talk to women. And Myron, in his ever evolving slew of wisdom, said, "It is now gay to be with women. Like if you if you live with your wife, if you live with your girlfriend, you are gay." So she and I were just talking about like, we were just talking about like, we ended up kind of going from like a conversation about how stupid that is, about how technically I guess I'm gay because I want to live with you, I told her. We were laughing about it for a while, and then we were starting to have like a little discussion. We were starting to have a little discussion about, what was it again? It was like about, like, like weird stuff that like more and more people are doing now that like, more weird stuff than more and more people are like getting into that like obviously doesn't affect anybody, but like you still think to yourself is kind of weird. And it's like in that weird space of like, I guess we as a society still aren't like open enough to simply like, sit by and just say that certain things are normal. One of them was like this new concept that she introduced to me called Therians, or theory. Is it Therians? Is that what they're called now? Let me just double check that. Therians. Yeah, so, yeah. Therian subculture. So it's individuals who identify as one or more non-human animals. And I thought this shit was just some furry shit. But apparently what separates a furry from a Therian is that furries wear actual full-on costumes, but they don't believe that they are animals. They don't identify as the animals themselves, but Therians do, so they act and move around and talk like animals, I think. I don't know. Some weird shit. Futurama? Cool. Monarch Legacy. Alright, I don't really care. Super Mario Sunset. I think that. Anyway, yeah. So, I don't know, man. Last couple of days, I've just been learning about so much weird shit that I'm just like, alright, I think I'm just becoming... I think I'm just getting, like, overstimulated with all, like, the new weird stuff that, like, people are coming around to. I don't know. I think even I have my limits for, like, weird shit. Are you an alpha male? Fuck no. Not like the red pill community. Absolutely not. Sex is a spectrum, right, bro? I suppose it is. Yes, they are different from furries. Yeah, like, I don't know. I thought it was weird. I just kind of sat there in disbelief thinking, like, people actually, like, walk around and act like animals. Is that, like, the video of the dog girl? Because there was, like, a video that popped up a while back. Some guy's girlfriend acts like a dog. I think it was like some video that I saw a while back. It was like one of these. Yeah, Love Don't Judge. It was like one of these where like they literally like to act like they are animals. And I'm just like, you know what? Do you? Do you? But God, I hope my kids aren't like that. Fucking hell, man. Do you see the new Avatar trailer? Absolutely not. I don't care for Avatar. I'm going to be honest. You heard about the Jadeon stuff? I was watching a video on that this morning, actually. Were you about to reference the deep scene where Homelander tells him to get on his knees for A-Train? No, I was talking about the one where Deep, what the fuck was Deep's last girlfriend's name? Ambrosia. Where Deep, had sex with his girlfriend Ambrosia. Now I meant being with women equals gay, then being with a man equals straight. Yeah, apparently. According to Myron Gaines, yes. That is essentially what it boils down to. Is that a W? I don't know. A nomadic, aggressive, predatorial monster sounds just like you. I am not a monster, nor am I aggressive, nor am I nomadic, nor am I predatorial. None of those things are even remotely true. Search up Gru versus Mr. Incredible on Google Images. Gru versus Mr. Incredible. Alright. Wow. That's interesting. Cool. Okay. What am I supposed to find here, though? You guys think who do you guys think would win in a fight between Gru and Mr. Incredible? Joke's on you. We're all straight now. Oh, how the tables have turned. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, Jadeon got arrested. Yeah, Jadeon got arrested for I think it was like something about like bringing let me see, Moist Critical. Moist, critical. It was like about bringing his, yeah, the Gideon situation. I hadn't fully finished it yet. Eon wishes he had as much hair as the Beast. Fuck you. I have a whole head of hair. He said eating box is feminine. Yeah, no, he really said eating box is feminine. He said if you spend time with your girl, that's gay. That's crazy, bro. He said you should be living with other dudes. I'm not even kidding when I say he pretty much said if you should be living with other dudes because you'll be able to focus on making money. I'm like, my brother in Christ, don't get me wrong. As a content creator, I get the idea of like, oh, do what you can to make money, but like, I don't want to live with other dudes. I don't think it's that serious. I know you really don't like manga, but if you have to find yourself wanting to try one again, I highly recommend Plaything. Let me look that one up real quick. You said Plaything. Is it this one? Yes or no? Is it this one? Oh no, this is a manga, so no. Plaything manhwa. Okay, so here's the thing, and I'm just gonna and I'll probably have to repeat myself in the future of this if somebody that isn't you guys asks, but like my issue with manhwa is not the writing style. My issue with manhwa is not the character art particularly. I'm not like that big of a purist on manga or anything. My problem with manhwa is how the paneling works. It doesn't matter to me what the story is about. I don't care if it's like a love story or an action story. What's this one about? A peaceful school life officially over. Izumiya, Ryuta, and introverted. Oh, before I even get to that, I need some manhwa. I need to find like a manhwa specifically. I'll check that out later. Which one of these is a manhwa? Let's see. My issue with manhwa is quite literally just the paneling. I cannot sit here and just look at a page that has so much wasted space. It literally pisses me off. Like, I don't know. That's are any of these actually manhwa? Top Assassin and another, no, it's a manga. Okay, let's see. Manga. Let's look up filters and then let's see order official anime adaptation. No. Tags. Series type. There we go. Manhwa. Okay. It really just is the paneling. I can't get through it. Like, I hate all of this wasted empty space. It genuinely pisses me off. I don't know. I feel like you could compact so much more into the page if you just gave it an actual... If somebody just decided to give it, like, you know... Like, I don't know, man. It's just that. This is why mangas are superior. I don't even call it superior. I just can't sit here and say that, like, I find it necessary to have all of this wasted space and for me to have to click through more pages and have to download more pages and have to do more editing because, yeah, it's just empty white spaces for the most part. It's not about it being Korean. It's really not about it being, like, you know, a different kind of Asian comic book. It really just is. I don't like the wasted space. You got some explaining to do. It does sadly have quite a bit of blank space. Yeah, that's really just it. I just don't like that. She bad, though? Who's bad? Officer, I can't fit in the car. Nah, I believe manhwas are all pre-drawn and copy-pasted over and over. It's simply more cheap than manga. Got you. I mean, doesn't it really, like... Isn't it mostly just like webcomics though? It's much better on mobile. Yeah, but that's the thing. I'm not gonna be reading them on mobile. I don't even really read manga on my phone. I read it all on my computer. So, again, it's like I have to basically change around my entire experience of enjoying a certain medium just to be able to enjoy it slightly more. And even then, it doesn't solve the biggest issue for me, which is the paneling, dude. It's just all the empty white space. It doesn't fix that. Yeah, I get you. It's quite annoying. Have you heard of Dead Gods? It's an art/story project by Matt Rhodes on YouTube about the biblical flood story. If it was a Conan-style pulp story. Cool. Interesting. Okay. You said Dead Gods? Sure, let me... Dead. So, like, I think the whole situation with, like, Gideon... Wait, what the fuck? I think the whole situation with, like, Gideon was that, he tried to get his uncle out of, or his cousin's uncle out of, like, their grandmother's house. Wow.
$17.32 the day before. Boost boot, 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 moving up and down again. There's no discharge in the war. Don't look at what's in front of you. Boot, 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 moving up and down again. Men go mad with watching him. There's no discharge in the war. If your eyes drop...
The art style reminds me a lot of, the art style kind of does remind me a lot of, like, Man of Action. Man of Action. It reminds me a lot of, like, Man of Action series, but not these, though. I guess it's not Man of Action, then. I might be wrong, but it reminds me a lot of, Primal. The art style is very reminiscent of this. It's called Primal, if you guys haven't checked it out. This is one of those series that, like, has, basically no voice acting in it. It's all about, this caveman named, I think he's called Spear, and the dinosaur Fang.
Moving up and down
Loki,
again.
what's the biggest, most powerful verse you think Buggy could solo? I'm gonna be honest with you, I have no clue right now. Fuck. What's the biggest, most powerful verse that Buggy could solo? Bleach. I think he can solo the Bleach verse. There you go. They all have swords. All Bleach characters have swords. Read what the mods asks you. Oh, my bad. You guys asked me something? I'm sorry. I recently had someone argue that Zoro or Sanji couldn't break out of a water prison jutsu. Is it funny how they say Kakashi was helpless? I don't know the logic here. Yeah. I read everything on mobile unless I'm going to the panels for power scalings. Wait, did somebody message me on, Did you guys message me on... Oh, you did! Okay. Wait, no, nobody messaged me on thing. My bad. Okay, so nobody messaged me on Discord. He trespassed into McDonald's and sent in minors to stalk his uncle, and the police arrested him, threatened him, saying he's a multi-billionaire. Yeah, that is true. Yeah. I did hear about that other part through another video. That Matt Rose is an art designer for Mass Effect. I don't know if it's true though. Yeah, Primal was in fact a work of art. It ended a while back. You think 3 times skip Luffy beats start of Shippuden? Where do you think Luffy stops in Narutoverse? That would be a good video.
7, 6, 11.
This is pretty interesting. This graphic novel's pretty interesting. I like it. I might give it a check. I might check it out. No, what I asked you is Discord relevant. Okay, let me look it up. Let me pull out my phone. Yeah, my bad if it was loud. Okay, I don't have anything there. Unk is live. Where did you send me the... Where did you send me Oh. Esther had a question about a rule breaker. Yeah. That was the question about the rule breaker, right? Like somebody that posted like One Piece spoilers, right? Oh, about a timeout. And rule breakers about a timeout, about punishment. Yeah, I got you. Let me pull that up real quick on my phone. My bad. Oh, do you think we should allow anyone making polls in the other servers since it's been working well? Do you think we should allow anyone make polls? Yes. Yeah, I think it's fine. Yeah, I think it's fine. Breaker channels. Okay, got you. Let me find it. One moment. Okay. Should be a bit more when it comes to the yeah. So since you guys are just listening to me right now, we should try to make it as off limits as possible. Give them a second warning, and yeah, got a second warning. Yeah, please time them out and let them know, hey, listen, you can't use the word regardless of how you try to work around it. Please do not use the word regardless of how you think or what you think or whatever the heck is like the best alternative. Like, just don't use the word. Just use dudes, bros, MFS. Like I say, like motherfuckers. Like How long the timeout? Just do it for a day. Just do the timeout for a whole day. Let them know, like, hey, listen, you're on your second timeout. Let's not do it. Let's not do it too long. Don't worry about it. We use Opera browser on this channel. Should we have a separate channel for just polls? Yeah, I think a separate channel for just polls would be better. Wait, what did Jadeon get arrested for? Specifically, god damn it, I gotta fly in my room. 1 second. 1 second, 1 second. Did I hit it? Alright, I don't think I did, actually. I don't think I hit the fly. Whatever. Alright, give me 1 second, guys. Give me 1 second. Okay. So, somebody before asked me, fly scales above Eon. No, it does not scale above me. I think I got it. I just don't see it dead on the floor. He did apologize. Do you see it before timeout? I did look through it. It's not... Let me see. Let me look through it. Okay. This was forwarded from general discussions on Sunday. Yeah. They did change it. Yeah. Yeah, just 24 hours. And inform them to be more mindful of using the word in any context or abbreviation. One more and it will be a ban. Yeah. No, your guys are fine. Okay, totally recreated the fly scene from One Punch Man. I'm not recreating the fly scene. But imagine working too hard to read a chapter. As soon as it comes out, you watch YouTube and spoil it. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. How do you guys feel? Let me ask you guys this. How do you guys feel about manga content that immediately spoils the title or thumbnail? I hate it. Okay. Oh good, you're online. Just wanted to say F you. I'm officially a One Piece fan. Sanji's farewell to the restaurant. Belle Mare, the giant whale got me bawling. Shit might be peaked. It's all my fault. I'm sorry about that, dude. I didn't mean to ruin your life by making you a One Piece fan. It's one of those unfortunate things that happens when, like, people give a good story a chance and realize why it's peak. By the way, you're one of the few people, years of hating gone in 100 chapters. And you know what's crazy? I've been telling people for the longest time that if the earliest point in which One Piece will genuinely grab you by the balls and say, oh, hey, this might be something that might be now a part of my life is probably like East Blue. East Blue, I think, is like, if you're really looking at the series with, like, intention of what's happening and, like, you're paying attention to everything that's going on, you'll be like, holy shit, East Blue is it. And if it's not East Blue, it's probably Water 7 and Ennius Lobby. Labubu got him balling. you're not the first and you won't be the last. Yeah. I just don't like it when it's like Luffy unlocks Gear 6 with actual chapter panels as the thumbnail. Yeah, that would be fucking terrible, dude. No, I did not see the spoilers for anything like that. Eon, according to the spoilers, I'll tell you this. CNG Alpha. I'll tell you this, right? If I read the next chapter whenever it comes out either this week or next week, because at this point with Oda's schedule, I have no fucking clue. I'm gonna be so honest. I'm gonna keep a note of your name. And if on the next chapter, if Luffy does transform into anything even remotely close to a genie, I might have to fucking permanently ban you from the channel because I don't fuck with spoilers like that. I don't care what the spoiler is. I don't care how interesting or how insane it is, or if it's real or not. If it's real, I'm crashing out, dude. Part of the ship, part of the crew. Just got out yesterday. Are there spoilers for the next one? Yeah, no. Honestly, the first bit of East Blue was kind of mad, but when it got to the Baratie, I realized that it slowly built up on me, and I was in love. Yeah, it's really good. I actually, since I finished Baratie yesterday, I actually went through some of the scaling for it. God damn it, the fly's still here. I went through some of... Oh, my bad. Didn't think you would be mad. No, I'm not going to be mad. You just better hope that I don't see a goddamn Luffy as a genie. I'm going to just close this and hopefully the fly doesn't get through. Let me, 1 second. There we go. There we go. There we go. Okay, good. Did you time him out already? I haven't timed him out. My bad. Let me go do that. Discord. Where's the message again? Let me just find that one more time. Where is it? Forwarded. Yep. Okay. Now let's, profile. Timeout. 1 day. Please refrain from using the word in any context or abbreviation. Next time it'll be a kick from the server. If the can go a couple of months without breaking any rules. How do you call it? The warnings will go away. Once without breaking any rules, the warnings will go away. Be back to 3. Okay. I timed them out. I remember I got spoiled on the rock stuff, and looking back at the rocks panel, it's aura, yeah, but I'm still mad because it's a spoiler. Yeah, no, you don't want to see like a kind of spoiler like that for characters, you know, especially when you're waiting years and years for a character to receive, you know, their introduction into the story. Haki is introduced, arcs leading up to the time skip. Yeah. That being said, my only real criticism of the series as far as the lack of training or power progression, characters seem to get stronger as they are, and that's that. Yeah, the characters the training for the characters is every single arc. When you reach Water 7 and Enies Lobby, you'll see a statement from Zoro that says that they get stronger after every arc. That's what kind of separates One Piece from a series like Naruto, where it's like, the characters, hey, what's up, Rennie? Where it's like, the characters themselves do get stronger through training, but it's because they go through all of these arcs back to back to back to back to back that they are constantly becoming more powerful. You're not really going to see a lot of training, and in some cases you'll just see characters just straight up get stronger. A lot of kings don't have Conqueror's Haki or any Haki at all. That's a bad metric for Conqueror's Haki, in my opinion. Luffy is already strong at the start of the series. He trained his whole life before becoming a pirate. How you doing, Lazarus? I've been doing good, man. How about you? Him being impressive, him being of impressive blood was the only piece of it. The only one piece of it. I wouldn't trust leakers because they're gassing up Luffy's punch way too much. Yeah, people do that. Nah, you're fine. If you're gonna wait, I was gonna ask if you were gonna wait for all these for the Naruto's video for them for girl. Nah, you're fine. I haven't seen the chapter spoilers, but I'm expecting some crazy emu shenanigans. But I mean, like Naruto stuff, like everything goes through to get Sage Mode or develop the Rasengan or DB training with Master Roshi. Yeah, but also Dragon Ball characters also just straight up just get stronger. Like, look at Goku during the Saiyan Saga. Sorry, not during the Saiyan Saga, during the Namek Saga. Goku does some training leading up to getting to the planet. And then from there, all of the power boosts that him, Vegeta, and everybody else gets, it's just because of their Zenkai boost. It's just because of their anatomy. Like, they are just... It's literally their genetics allowing them to get stronger and stronger and stronger, right? One Piece is just a series. I tagged you, by the way. This shit is cinema. Where'd you tag me? You tagged me on... Where'd you tag me? Oh, wait. John the Maven, vaguely hint, never by name. New video title, Arlong has Conqueror's Haki, Mihawk dies, and Nami is pregnant. Alright. Alright. That shit would be cinema. That shit would be cinema. Yeah, I peeped. Holy Naruto Slender mode unlocked. Fear my return? Yeah. There is a training in the time skip, but One Piece is primarily Zenkai Boost power-up manga. The entirety of the pre-time skip takes place over like 6 months, 8 at most. A lot of shit happens to them all at once. Most time skip is like 22 to 4 months. Yeah, that's the thing. When you consider a lot of the stuff that happens to the Straw Hats, and I kind of just want to make a comparison real quick, right? I kind of just want to make like a simple comparison, and this is not one to say like one series is better than the other, but like, this is what I mean when I say that like different stories are written by different people. Your take on OG Dragon Ball speed scaling. I'm gonna be so honest. I'm gonna be so honest on this. When I was getting into power scaling, a lot of the videos that I watched would be regarding Dragon Ball and Naruto content, specifically by the likes of Seth the Programmer and by Swaikage. I've mentioned this many times before. The reason why I bring this up is because a lot of my scaling for Dragon Ball came from Seth and Swaikage's videos. I think mostly Seth, but it came from like those channels in terms of like what they did, what those characters are, and how powerful they are, and in some cases, Six from Tokyo, right? So the reason why I bring this up is because if I had to be honest with you, I don't exactly know like Dragon Ball scaling to the most specific, in-depth degree possible. And the reason why I say this is primarily because there are feats of Goku allegedly dodging lightning. Goku dodges lightning Dragon Ball. Goku dodges lightning DB. Yeah, Kid Goku dodges lightning, right? Like, so Kid Goku had like the capacity to like avoid lightning or whatever, and he can avoid like laser beams. Simbal puede realizar ataques lanzando rayos con sus manos. Al parecer se trata de una técnica propia de los demonios, diferente a la basada en la energía que emplean Goku y los demás luchadores para realizar sus ataques. It says, Symbol can create attacks shooting lightning from his hands. Apparently, this comes from a technique. This came from a technique originating from the demons, different from those of the same type of energy that Goku and the other fighters use to realize their attacks, right? So they can technically shoot like lightning, right? There's also like Goku wearing this crown that's supposed to attract lightning that allows him to like build up his speed so that he can dodge it, right? I don't know at what point one can argue that Dragon Ball, or at least OG Dragon Ball, starts to scale above light speed particularly, or if it has to go directly into, or if it goes directly into... Wait, what the fuck is this? Kid Goku dodged lightning, so they're already FTL. Lightning isn't FTL. Yes, it's very fast. It was a lighthearted joke in the manga. Okay, let's see what the fuck this says. What the hell? Sunglasses? Where did you get those? I borrowed them. Contestant. When did he... Yeah, so there's also a scene of Goku being able to blitz a solar flare He's able to blitz a solar flare, and essentially, which I don't know if that's per se light speed. And yeah, he grabbed Master Roshi's glasses like mid attack, and then I think he still hit Tianxin Han. So I don't know, man. It could be faster than light. It could be faster than lightning. I'm honestly not very sure. Stop casting spells. What spells am I casting, dude? Someone told me Kaido moves at speed of lightning because he didn't dodge Kaminari. I just knew this guy never opened One Piece in his life, yeah. Because during, I believe, chapter 1092, Kizaru states, and some people say he accelerated to light speed. Yeah, no, anyone who tells you that he accelerated to light speed, question. When Kizaru uses the light fruit, is he always at light speed, right? Because it's really baffling me how many people think otherwise. Yeah, I know, people just believe it's not the case because it's not the case because it's not the case because he ate a devil fruit that turned him into light, so why would he be any faster than the speed of light? How can light be faster than light, you know? Almost as if this wasn't a series where a guy can shoot a beam of light from his finger and it blows up into a massive explosion. I don't know, man. One Piece has food strength meta. Eating and drinking gives them a passive boost. Yeah. I think Kizaru's light fruit flat out put him on light speed at the moment he ate, and he can train himself to enhance his speed. Yeah, this is what I've been saying for years. That's literally what I've been saying for years at this point. Anytime they avoid death, they grow like 5 times stronger. His dream isn't that crazy, seeing the all blue. His hockey also isn't that impressive either. Has he shown any advanced art hockey? He doesn't really need to show advanced hockey. Didn't know Eon speaketh French. Just kidding. I know it's Italian. True. If you're in a debate server, we can discuss it right now. TN Solar Flare is a garbage argument. Really? Okay. Why do you say that? As in why it's a bad argument. When Goku takes Roshi's sunglasses, he's dodging Solar Flare. That's light. Is Eon Spanish? Yes. I am technically Hispanic. Guys, if you all disagree on this, then Eon's Discord server is open for debates. It is. If you guys have any disagreements here, you guys can debate each other on my Discord server, and we can even see it live if you guys would like it. If anybody here would feel comfortable just having a quick back and forth about like a discussion, I'd be more than happy to like just host it right here as well. To be honest, OG Dragon Ball is a jokey gag manga. Can we just leave it alone for power scaling? We can. I don't really look at it when I look at the power scaling of Dragon Ball as a whole. Thought bro was just a normal white American. I guess my voice translates to that of a quote-unquote normal white American. I suppose. From the solar flare blitz to moonbus speed is where they get the speed of light and faster speeds. Got it. You think Kubo and Oda switched art style, they would vibe, the vibe scaling would be different? Dude, if One Piece had Kubo's art style, I fucking promise you, people would be glazing it to hell and back. If One Piece had, if Bleach had One Piece's art style, people would be like, oh, Ichigo isn't that strong, bro. He looks so fucking goofy. You're really telling me that Yugabaga, who looks like that, is capable of destroying multiple fucking macrocosm time spaces, wherever the fuck planets worth of distance that they've got? Like, no, man. I'm telling you straight up. I am telling you wholeheartedly. If Kubo and Oda had swapped their art styles, Bleach would 100,000% be viewed as one of the most gag-based, irrational, illogical, stupid-looking manga of all time. They would be calling the story as dog shit. They would be saying, yo, whoever the fuck this Kubo guy is, not only is the story all wacky and shit, but the scaling literally just doesn't make sense and it doesn't add up, bro. How the... yeah, no, Foxy... Yo, if Foxy looked like fucking Grimjow... If Foxy looked like Grimjow, bro... Let's just say this guy right here was the guy that Luffy fights in Long Ring Long, right? Let's just say he's the captain of the Fox Pirates, right? If this motherfucker was Foxy, I promise you, no one would even remotely say, oh yeah, there's no way. There's absolutely no way he's not Lightspeed. I mean, look at him. Look at his aura. Look how cool he looks. He's got his hand in his pocket. This guy's like top 10 coolest. Like, the guy just walks around with his hands in his pocket at all times, man. He's got to be like one of the coolest characters, and he just pulls out his fingers and he just shoots. Yeah, no, like, there's no way. There's no way I would even sit here and entertain the idea that wouldn't be people glazing it to hell and back. Same statement, same writing, same logic, everything. That was a funny order of sentences. I heard Eon say technically Hispanic, and if you disagree, feel free to debate him. True. Yeah, he's just flexing on his abs, bro. He would probably shoot the beams of light from his abs, bro. Foxy looking more prettier than Griffith? You think Foxy looks prettier than Griffith? Come on now. Come on now, Sailor Diamond. Come on now. This motherfucker was drawn to be pretty. The whole point, the whole reason this man was even drawn is so that he could be pretty. Come on now. Let's not do this. What? Uryu blitzed his own shadow? But that's a gag-based feat, though. It's not supposed to be serious. Exactly. Exactly. Oh my god, all these Bleach women look the same. They all look just like Orihime. It's all the same level of cope. It's all just the same cope, dude. But as long as people are using the arguments to gatekeep others' enjoyment of the series, then it's okay. Yeah. No, 100%. I think that it doesn't really matter as long as you yourself enjoy the series. But like, if somebody else doesn't enjoy the series, it's not on them to make you happy by having them tell you that the series is still good. Like, I don't know. The Xbox reset situation will lay off 1,600 employees today. Will total 3,200 job cuts over the next year. 4 studios will also leave Xbox for new management. Yo, Xbox, what the fuck? Yo, what the fuck is happening at Xbox, bro? What the fuck is happening in Microsoft? Anyway, so one thing that I wanted to bring up for you guys, it's just this, right? Is that as far as statement scaling and everything goes for like both of these series, I want to just make one comparison. From chapter 1 to chapter 597, which is where I stopped, and then from chapter 1 to chapter 700, there were just less things that I could write about regarding like Naruto power scaling than like One Piece power scaling. I've got a total of 103 less chapters here, all things considered, and yet there is far more information that I could use for One Piece than I can use for something like Naruto. So when people say that, like, you know, the scaling of Naruto, like Naruto just has more feats, more statements, more of like everything. I've literally been thinking about it even from like a logistical standpoint, and I gotta be just straight up honest. Let me bring this up real quick, right here, right? Throughout the first 100 chapters of the series of Naruto, right? Throughout the first 100 chapters, Naruto fights Mizuki. He fights technically Zabuza and Haku, right? I'm going to throw Zabuza and Haku. Actually, no, I don't want to say Zabuza on his own because that was more of Kakashi's opponent. And I want to throw in Haku on its own. But I do want to say that, like, I would say both just to keep it clear, right? So let's say, so Naruto's had 2 opponents so far, right? So, following up, Naruto essentially fights a giant snake, so that makes it 3. So, Naruto fights a giant snake, and, he fights Kiba, and, you know what, we'll just throw in these guys right here, right? We'll throw in these guys right here that Naruto fights, right? So, that makes, like, 5 opponents so far, right? Because Naruto doesn't fight, Naruto does not fight Neji until after chapter 100, right? The fight between Neji and Naruto doesn't start until about, chapter 100, right? Yeah, chapter 100 is when, like, their fight really begins, right? Yeah. So, that's 5 opponents, right? Now, I want to just compare this to the first 100 opponents to the first opponents that Luffy fights within 100 chapters, right? So, he fights... So, that was 5 for Naruto. Luffy fights the Giant Sea, the Sea King, not Giant, just the Sea King, right? Luffy fights the Sea King. Now, I'm not gonna count these Marine soldiers. I'm not gonna count them just for the sake of simplicity. Naruto fights them. Luffy fights Alvida. He fights Alvida, though not really much of a fight. He fights Captain Morgan. Luffy fights Captain Morgan. And, I mean, I'm not really going to count Helmeppo. You know what? I won't even count Morgan. He beats Morgan. He fights Buggy. So I'm not going to count Morgan. So he fights Buggy, which is at 3. He fights Kuro and his men all together, which I will count to 4. He fights Don Krieg, who's at 5. And then he fights, basically, the giant sea cow Momu alongside Sanji. But then he fights it again later, so that would be 6. And then he fights Arlong, which would be 7, right? So, Luffy essentially consistently fights more opponents than Naruto does. I did add Kiba. So it's Mizuki, Haku, the giant snake, Kiba, and I guess the clone guys, just to give Naruto like an extra number, right? Even if I throw in Zabuza, and even if I throw in like Naruto throwing a single kunai, I guess Eon doesn't see the vision. What's the vision? What are we talking about? Do you think Sanji will be willing to attack women to get Conqueror's Haki? Since he's called a masochist, or do you think he might find another way to overcome the immortality? I think it'll more so be a way of him, like, preventing them from fighting rather than... I don't know, man. It just feels so contradictory to his character to say that Sanji will eventually fight women, you know what I mean? But as long as people aren't using the arguments... Okay, yeah, so that's just the third thing. Yeah, there's like 3 or 4 characters with Ichigo's face, I agree. I don't know, man. It's so weird because it's one of the core foundations of Sanji's character. He will not kick a woman. It's a promise that he even technically made to, like, Zeph, because it's like, if you ever hit a woman, I will fucking castrate myself and kill... I will kill us both and castrate myself and kill us both. Something like that, right? Like, Zeph went really hard on Sanji for saying, like, why couldn't he, like, hit a woman or whatever, right? It was something along those lines. Let me clarify, Goku had no experience against the solar flare. Secondly, it's not a technique that has the charge up time. Goku doesn't know when Tien will use it, and he must react. Okay. My bad, I thought Spanish, white, and Hispanics were different. Yeah, we got Kiba. Why are we ethnic scaling in chat? Not really, I'm not American, so I just assumed it has to be the case. You should count Morgan. Okay, so if I count Morgan, then it's 8. Luffy fights 8 opponents. Meanwhile, Naruto, if I throw in Zabuza, only really fights 6, and that's within the first 100 chapters. And that's also not including the fact that Luffy goes through technically more adventures within the next 200 or so chapters. Like, I'll put it like this, right? I'll put it like this. Naruto, if I go again by a comparison, Naruto ends around chapter 235, technically. The pre-time skip of Naruto ends around 235, right? Now, obviously, the pre-time skip of One Piece ends around 597, but if we were to just sit here and, let's say, go all the way up until page 245, right? Page 245, technically 235 for Naruto, but we can stay at 235 as well for One Piece, even though we're moving on, even though Naruto Shippuden technically starts at 245, right? I'm just kind of giving some comparisons, right? By chapter 235 of One Piece, Luffy has already fought Bellamy. He's already fought Bellamy. He fights Bellamy. He fights Crocodile. Luffy fights Crocodile. I think he fights some Banana Gators. Yeah, he should be fighting some Banana Gators by that point. He fights... Let's see, the Alabastar. He fights Wapol. He fights Wapol. Technically, I think it's Dory that he fights. Yeah. He fights Dory. Mr. 3. He fights Drum Kingdom, which was let me go back. Bellamy, Crocodile, Banana Gators, Wapol, Mr. 3, and Dory. He fights technically Zoro. So that's already another 7 characters that he's fought. Meanwhile, Naruto has what is essentially 1 fight against Kabuto, 2 more fights against Gaara and Neji, and against Sasuke and Kimimaru. And he fights Sasuke and Kimimaru. So it's Sasuke, Kimimaru, Neji, Gaara, and Kabuto, which is another 5. So again, even within the next 135 chapters, Luffy just straight up has more and more and more opponents. You know what I mean? It's more of this case that I kind of want to bring up where I say that, like, Naruto fights a lot of opponents. Naruto beats a lot of opponents. But the problem here is that even from the perspective, how we dividing each round, 100 plus chapters per round? No. So the way that we're dividing the fights, and this is just to show you, the way that we're dividing it is the following. I cannot just sit here and give so many versions of Naruto versus Luffy, so I did a 5-round Iron Man challenge, Iron Man theory battle, where it's First 100 chapters for both series. First 100 chapters. That way I didn't have to divide up East Blue. First 100 chapters. Everything until the end of pre-time skip. So basically Naruto from chapter 101 up until from chapter 100 up until chapter blah, blah, blah. Up until the start of Shippuden, and then Luffy up until the start of post time skip. Post time skip up until pre-war arc. Actually, it wouldn't be pre-war arc. It would be everything up until Sage Mode. Actually, it doesn't matter. I'll say Sage Mode for now. Sage Mode up until Sage Mode / Wano. Everything up until Sage Mode / Wano. Then it's fourth Great Ninja War. Great Ninja War versus Wano. And then it's end of series versus... It's basically everything that's end of series versus post Wano. So, Egghead and Elbaf. Has like 5 1v1s in all pre-time skip. Yeah. Doesn't it mean like there's more room to grow for each opponent and fight? What do you mean? Does it mean like there's more room? Yeah, so I'm trying to give the characters as much room and as much ample space. Also, arguably Kakashi, Tsunade, and Kidomaru. I guess you could count those if you'd like to as a fight. Did he fight Kidomaru? Oh, it's kind of a blitz, but you could maybe count 2 thugs, Menacing and Ari. Yeah, I was thinking about counting the thugs, but I was thinking, like, if I count the thugs, then I kind of have to count all the guys that Luffy, like, takes down throughout the pre-time skip, which is the issue, because Luffy fights a bunch of Marines. I didn't want to just throw in characters that, like, are obviously not an issue for them, like the thugs or like the Marines, because I'm like, technically Naruto took those guys down in like 1 hit each. I don't know how exactly I could argue that like Naruto gets so much stronger from that, or if I should really count that as a fight, but then I'd have to kind of count like Luffy fighting these guys, Luffy fighting the lion guy, Richie, and his tamer. I'd have to count like all that extra stuff, and I'm like, do I really want to count these guys technically fighting against the equivalent of fodder within their stories? You know what I mean? Because we could, but then it still doesn't really bear that many fights for Naruto if I have to count all of the other guys that like Luffy does technically take out. Like, as an example, all of these pirates over here that essentially can destroy cliffs with their physical strength. You know what I mean? Yeah. I thought about that, right? Django Hypnosis thugs are no joke in early... Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, I didn't want to count those guys specifically because Luffy dispatches them in 1 hit, so I figured I shouldn't probably count the 2 guys that, like, Naruto takes out, but, like, one-shots, I mean. I meant, like, having more opponents to fight would give you more suitable feats and make you stronger, while Naruto had, like, 8 villains. Exactly. That's kind of my point, right? It's like, no matter how I choose to go about it, even if I, like, okay, what tangible ways can I try to maybe argue that these characters get stronger with? What tangible ways could I argue that, like, okay, maybe Naruto has, like, something on Luffy, even without, you know, accounting for the large chapter disparity. But the truth of the matter is, no matter how you go about it, right, you can't argue that Naruto has more experience than Luffy, because his entire story technically takes place within, like, 2 years. 2 to almost 3 years, right? Because he's not really a shinobi. He doesn't really have, like, a big story until he gets his headband, until he fights Mizuki and, like, he graduates from the academy, and then it basically all ends about 3 years later. Meanwhile, Luffy's story technically starts up from when he was 7 years old, when he, like, meets Ace, when he, like, meets Shanks, when he eats the gum fruit, when he, you know, goes through this entire, like, series of events that maybe don't shape out all of his strength, but do shape out many feats for Luffy that you sit here and wonder, like, wow, a 7-year-old child really has the capacity to, like, withstand the level of beatdown, or the level of, like, I'll show you guys with this one, right? or the level of raw damage and punishment that Luffy can take, right? Like, let me just show you guys something here, right? The sun's down already. These guys essentially captured Luffy early into, like, the, back in the morning, back in the middle of the forest. They essentially captured Luffy for, like, multiple hours, right? They took Luffy, they captured him. It was, earlier towards, like, the early morning or afternoon, right? These guys captured Luffy, they take him, and they beat his ass. They start beating him with spiked clubs. A large man, multiple times larger than a normal person, is beating him with spiked gloves for hours and hours and hours on end, and he doesn't even have the strength left to scream. He's not gonna tell us anything. This is cruel. I can't keep watching. If you have time to defend the kid, go and find Ace. Like, this guy's punches can essentially bring down a grown-ass man, and Luffy as a 7-year-old child is beating the ever-living... Luffy as a 7-year-old child is literally taking these blows back for back to back to back to back. Like, yeah, no. And you might be sitting here and say, well, but he lost to 2 kids, right? But, like, Sabo and Ace are also 2 kids that can literally fight, you know, grown-ass adults and adults larger than themselves, right? Like, they're not normal children anyway. I mean, Ace literally tried to, like, crush Luffy earlier in the arc, where he, like, quite literally drops a large boulder on him, right? So it's like, again, here's Ace snapping a tree, snapping a large tree trunk, and then having it hurled down towards Luffy and crushing him. Obviously, Luffy's made out of rubber, so it's not going to kill him, but you see where I'm coming from, right? Where it's like, all the shit that this kid's going through, it's not something that I can just sit here and ignore, at least as far of it, and if I had something to go off of for early Naruto, I would do it as well, right? But it's like, Naruto as a kid, the most you can say is that he gets training from the academy, but academy training also isn't that severe, right? They mostly teach the kids how to manipulate their chakra, how to harness it, and then how to, like, essentially perform rudimentary hand-to-hand combat, right? Like, you see this in many of their flashbacks where the kids are taught to use hand-to-hand combat, but it's still a child that likely cannot reinforce themselves with chakra all that well, besides, you know, maybe performing acrobatic tricks. Which is one of the things that I kind of wanted to set up, right? It's not... Damn, so baby Luffy is JJK tier? Even as a lifelong Naruto fan, look at the giant whale with the scar on its head. Then looking at a tailed beast, even the 10 tails, it's clearly that the scale of One Piece is just bigger and less grounded. And that's the thing, right? It's not to say that it's better or that it's worse because it's less grounded. It's that the scale of the series lends itself to a more fantastical approach, right? And I've said this before. I've said this, and I'll even throw this into the video. It doesn't matter if a, you know what? I'll show it to you guys through like a series like this, right? Gravity Falls, Triangle guy. Yeah, Gravity Falls, Bill Cipher, right? So, I'll give you guys a good example right here. Starscream versus Rainbow Dash, right? It was Starscream versus Rainbow Dash, where it's like, if you genuinely sit here, right? This is an old Death Battle video, right? But like, if you genuinely sit here, it's like, the more fantastical a series is, no matter what we're talking about, the more fantastical one of these series becomes, the more insane the scaling can get, right? Like, it's not to say that because a series is more goofy or more cartoonish or more whatever, that it's automatically worse or better or whatever the fuck. I don't care about any of that. I'm saying from a scaling perspective, it doesn't matter if you think that like it shouldn't be possible or that they look goofy or whatever. The fact is that more fantastical series devoid themselves of more reasonable logic, so the less grounded these series are, likely the more insane the feats you will eventually find. And that's kind of like one of the biggest points that I want to bring up here, right? Where it's like a series can both take itself seriously but also be less grounded. A series could take itself less seriously but also still be very grounded. For example, you have gag manga like Aho Girl, right? Aho Girl, right? You have like a manga like this, which is more grounded in reality than a series like One Piece, but it also takes itself far less seriously, and then vice versa, right? It's like, yeah, it's more fantastical, more grandiose. I agree. So when you're comparing series like this, you have to ask yourself from a genuine perspective, hey, is the scaling now invalid because Naruto's more grounded, or is the scaling is the scaling invalid because it's more is the scaling for One Piece more invalid now because it's less grounded, or is it just not fair to compare Naruto to One Piece because Naruto's more grounded than One Piece, right? I don't care for either of those interpretations. I think that you can honestly set anybody up against anybody. If you want to do Rainbow Dash against, I don't know, Tearlament Kit Kalos from Yu-Gi-Oh!, go ahead and fucking do it. If you want to do Magna Malo versus Rainbow Dash, go ahead and fucking do it. I don't personally care. There's no rule that says we can't compare characters from separate series. Can you talk about the Whitebeard Vivre card? I remember saying something about that is fake. What are you talking about? The Whitebeard Vivre card? I don't know how much you look into DB scaling. I could go on and on about how garbage the Slower Flare is as a Goku, as a feat. If you want, hop on Discord and we'll talk, and you can tell me real quick. If you want, we can hop on Discord if you'd like, or you can just type it out right now if you don't have the time, Mora. I'll just have the Discord thing up just in case. Just let me know, because I'd be down to listen to it. Like I'm down to like hear out why. I'll check out that message in a second. I'm down to hear out like why the Solar Flare scaling just doesn't add up. Yeah, Bill is crazy powerful, only held by limitations forced onto him and his own ego/intelligence. Right. The other thing Naruto has was jumping around tree branches and throwing shuriken. Yeah. Okay, so the Whitebeard. Let me see. Whitebeard Vivre card. I'll call for like a minute. Okay. If you wanna do like a chat right there on DMs, or if you want to do a chat in like the Discord VC channel, you can also do that one since you're in Discord debates. I'll just be up. Something about the whole Oda not knowing he can blow up the planet or not. Okay. Whitebeard was born on Sphinx Island in the New World, the same island from 909 we saw Marco was on, and became an orphan at a young age due to the state of the country, ending in chaos as they couldn't afford to be protected by the world government. Whitebeard attained the title of strongest in the world well before the great age of pirates, as he had immense power and had an ability that could destroy the world. Keep in mind that it only refers to his title. Doesn't necessarily mean in terms of power level. Take it as you will.
Yo.
Hey, what's up? Hey, what's up? What's up?
Right. Was good. But yeah, I don't even know if he's still in the chat, but dude, Solar Flare is such a shitty argument.
Is it really a shitty argument? Why is that?
It's bad. You've read Dragon Ball, right? Like,
yeah. I've seen Dragon Ball. I've seen basically all the series. Solar Flare.
I don't know how different it is in the anime, but I'll just go off the manga. So
yeah. Don't worry about it. I'll just pull it up.
So yeah, the first time, and it's in the hands if you want to like pull it up too. But
okay,
anyway, in chapter 124, Tien uses Solar Flare for the first time when he's fighting Roshi, and Roshi gets fucking flashbanged. And Goku and Krillin are like both reacting to how like incredibly bright it is, right?
Yeah.
So all that happens, and then later in chapter 130, when Goku has to fight Tien, Tien starts monologuing about how he can't believe he's going to have to use it again, and he'll like end the fight right here. He hits the pose, he screams Taioken. Goku says, "Here it comes." And then we see the burst of light, and then the next time we see Goku, he just already has the sunglasses on. So he was anticipating Solar Flare.
Got you. So he anticipated Solar Flare here. You're saying he moved before he even did the thing, right?
Well, it's kind of left ambiguous.
Okay.
The way I interpret it is that he like perception blitzed Tien and grabbed Roshi's sunglasses, so Tien never even saw him move.
Oh, got you. I could see that. So Tien yells out the Taioken, but while everyone else is like already, surprised and everything, Goku, like, you're saying that Goku, like, the moment he says Taioken, he moves faster than Tien can see, grabs the glasses, and then basically blocks it.
Yeah, and then Tien just like blindly starts swinging before the lights even like faded out. So he's just blindly swinging and then gets hit in the stomach.
That's funny. Yeah, I was wondering, like, what the fuck happened to Tien? Why does he look so fucked? I wish that Toriyama at least drew like Goku. I don't know, elbowing him in the stomach or something. God damn, that's funny as fuck.
Yeah.
Yo. Okay, I could see the argument. I could see it.
I could go into how many other stronger characters continue to get hit by solar flare, but I'd imagine you probably know that.
Yeah. Even Cell uses solar flare later on in the Namek saga. Sorry, in the Android saga. Cell uses solar flare like what, twice, right?
I can't remember if it was imperfect or semi-perfect,
It
but he
was
uses it to
imperfect. Yeah.
yeah
Right here.
get it from what was it, Piccolo, Tien, and Krillin.
Yeah, it's crazy that they got caught off guard by that move still. Like, it really just seems to be like one of those moves that, like, if nobody sees it coming, like, they probably just don't react in time. When
Yeah, like
it's...
I guess it's because they didn't expect him to like just copy someone's power, but like even then, uh Tien, not Tien, Krillin's seen it multiple times and he fucking uses it. Same goes for
Mhm.
Tien.
Mhm.
I don't even know what's wrong with Piccolo,
The,
but
the solar flare is performed by the user placing their hands close to the center of their face with the fingers spread towards their eyes. The user then calls out the name of the technique, which provokes a white light to fire out and blind everything watching except the user, since they are projecting the light. I always wonder how the fuck this technique works, because it's like, how does showing your chrome dome in front of like a sun somehow make it so that, all the light just flashes into like a big bright, flash? I don't know, man. It's like, it's supposed to be like an eclipse or something. Like, what the fuck's happening here? How
the
the fuck?
light just bounced off his shiny ass head.
Yeah, but then Goku doesn't, and he doesn't have a shiny ass head. This man is just full on hair. Like, what the fuck? Like, but okay, but you see where I'm coming from, right? It's like Goku's wearing a shirt. His hair clearly covers the majority of the back of his head. How the fuck is Goku capable of using this? Like, Tien, I get it. Krillin, I get it. Cell, he's bald, so I thought that maybe like the prerequisite was being bald. When I saw Goku use this shit, I'm just like, what are we talking about? Like, Goku's probably got one of the biggest manes of hair I've ever seen in anime. Like, especially in Super Saiyan 3, and yet he can just use it whenever the fuck he wants. What are we talking about? This technique is a defensive rather than an offensive, and mainly used as a way to gain the upper hand in order to make hasty retreats or set up more complicated attacks without fear of interruption. I don't know, man. Yeah, it feels weird. Is there a data book statement on this?
For like how solar flare works?
Or? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. For how solar flare works. Solar.
I could look it up, but I have seen one.
Well, data books. Let me just do like a very rudimentary search. All right, thank you for explaining it to me, though. I can see where you're coming from with it. I can definitely see it.
Yeah, I'm still on the fence about when I think Dragon Ball actually does reach light speed, because contradictions are fucking insane.
Yeah, especially because of Super with Dispo saying that, like, oh, now they've achieved true light speed or whatever.
Super maximum power, light speed.
Yeah, Super God of Light, God of Flash, God of Speed, Light Speed, all that crap, yeah.
Yeah, everyone talks about Dispo. I don't hear anyone talk about Ribrienne, though. She uses UV rays and beats the shit out of Android 18.
Really? But wait, okay.
Yeah.
So, Goku... So, I'll be honest with you. I think, like, Dragon Ball is one of those series that, like... It comes from a time where the writing, like, at least the writing of, like, the story, the plot, etc., it's good enough for its time, but, like, there are clearly a couple of holes here and there, or, like, things that Toriyama obviously forgets, right? He's notorious for it, but it's like, Dragon Ball is like one of those series where, like, the power scaling gets worse the longer it gets, right? It just gets more inconsistent. Because it's like, they're becoming billions or infinitely more powerful, but then there's also, like, the perspective of, oh, hey... They're also, the speed scaling is also on a completely separate end of the spectrum where, like, it seems to progressively get worse.
I don't know. Sometimes, at least for speed, particularly with like the Cell thing and solar flare, it gets to the point where I don't even think like Toriyama like forgot that these characters use and know how solar flare works, so they shouldn't be off guarded by it. I think it gets to the point where he just can't find another way for Cell to get away or something, and he's like, you know what, I'm doing it.
Yeah, that's the thing, and this is one of those things. Like I've been telling people for a while. I think you've heard me even say it for a while too. Like, as an author of a series, they have to keep things as vague and open as possible, because if they make things too precise, too specific, if they make the scaling of a series too precise, it'll be like, again, with the whole Gazelle Man thing, where it's like, well, why didn't they just perform this one specific action in order to stop them? Well, it's because the story needs to progress. Ultimately, the thing that the author's going to care about more than if it makes sense is if they can progress the story.
Yeah.
I don't know. By the way, I got a Daisenshu panel. I think it says right here, the Surusen school technique. Tenshinhan first used it during his fight with Goku at the 22nd Tenkaichi Budokai. He actually first uses it against Jackie Chun, gathering ki in his upper body. He converts it into light energy and radiates it out in the front of his face. This is used to retreat from battle by blinding the opponent's eyes. The amount of light is connected to the strength of the person's ki, and the light source will become stronger the more ki the user has. Goku was the first person outside the Tsurusen school to use this technique. Yeah, so this is like... Okay, so it depends on... Do you think light energy translates to light speed? Saying that he's converting ki into light energy. Do you think that converts it... That means it's light speed?
I mean, if he's creating more light energy with more ki, he's producing a more intense light.
Right.
I've heard people try and argue that means it's going faster. And they'll use that to say, well, if it's coming from his ki, it's just going to be as fast as he is. Then it's like, okay, so why is it going to be light speed in the first place if Tien, it's predicated off his own physical stats?
Exactly, yeah. So it wouldn't be light speed, at least as far as like OG Dragon Ball, and it would only be light speed depending on whether or not you can fundamentally scale one of the characters later on in the series to light speed, right?
Yeah, and it would also put Namek Saga Krillin like a blitz above second form Frieza, and if that was the case,
yeah, that is. Yo, that's true. I forgot he used it against Frieza. That's right. Yo, Dragon Ball scaling is so fucked. Like, for the people wondering why I genuinely, part of me doesn't want to do this because it's just so fucked, dude. God damn. I'm gonna be okay.
Oh yeah, have you seen the Burner mistrans or what?
No, I haven't.
Yeah, or it's not even a mistranslation. I think someone just dead-ass faked it. It's not even well made. Someone got on, like, Google Docs and took, like, their Arial font and edited the text of when Goku just, like, pops up behind Birder. And Birder's like, how'd you do that? I'm the fastest in the universe. And Goku's like, well, okay, I guess you're second fastest now. And they'll edit that and make it say, how did you do that? I'm faster than light. It's so bad.
Yeah, some very rudimentary Photoshop right there. Motherfuckers learn how to mask, and that's all they really need afterwards. You know, it's like those like meme edits where it's like a completely separate font from what's actually being written. Like they make it as obvious as possible, and they say, "Oh yeah, no, bro, this is canon. Trust me." Yeah. Krillin does a lot against Frieza. Krillin does do a lot against Frieza, but I'm gonna be honest with you. Dragon Ball, and I'll say this again, it just seems so inconsistent, because doesn't Krillin also, like, slash, doesn't Krillin also, like, cut one of Frieza's tails with a Destructo Disc? Was that Krillin?
I think it's either when he has him off guard or he just blinded him with a solar flare. Yeah, he cuts off second form Frieza's tail with a Destructo Disc.
Right. So then you wonder, like, okay, so what's, like, the threshold difference for, like, an attack? Because like, Krillin's obviously way weaker than Frieza even after he got his potential unlocked, right? So you have to kind of then wonder yourself, like, what's the difference in power, or what is the bare minimum that a difference would have to be for, like, let's say a Destructo Disc to not work? Because Krillin's Destructo Disc also completely broke on the back of Cell's neck. You know what I mean? It's like, I don't know, dude. It just seems like Toriyama really just has the characters do something really crazy when the story genuinely fucking needs it to. I don't know, man. But then it's like when you get to the characters of a high power level like Cell, it's like nobody can keep up with him, nobody can damage him, nobody can hurt him. So what is the threshold? You know what I mean? Like, because the difference between Cell to, like, I guess Cell to Goku would be a lot farther than, like, so a lot closer than, like, let's say Cell to Krillin, obviously. But then, like, Goku versus Krillin, you also have moments where, like, oh well, Krillin can throw a rock at Goku and it just hurts his head and he's just, like, yelling at the top of his lungs. I think it was anime only though, but I don't know. It just genuinely makes you wonder.
Yeah, it obviously, I think it's really enjoyable if you're just reading or watching it, like, for the sake of it.
Yeah.
But, like, when you stop and think about why most of what's happening is happening, you just start walking in circles.
You just start walking in circles, or you start wondering, like, whoa, is this the same series I read? Is this, like, the same series I loved? Like, I mean, it is. It's just, you know, you just didn't think about it through and through. Some techniques are better at closing power gaps than others. I agree with that. Like, the Destructo Disc or, like, the Special Beam Cannon would work. But let me ask you this, or do you agree that, like, different beams in Dragon Ball essentially all do the same thing, for the most part? Like, with the exception of, like, Special Beam Cannon, right?
What do you mean?
Do you think that there is any functional difference between a Final Flash to a Kamehameha to a Super Kamehameha to like a Death Beam? Do you think like there's like a functional difference?
Not that I can think of now. It's just a beam of ki explodes on impact.
Right, right. Because that's the thing that I've been like trying to bring up to a couple people, and you know, some people they view it as like that's like a big like problem, right, within the context of the series. Because that's not to say that like obviously Tri-Beam is different, right? So like Tri-Beam, Special Beam Cannon, right? Destructo Disc, right? Like those attacks all are still key-based energy abilities, but they all have a separate functional difference. Whereas, again, a Kamehameha, a Gallic Gun, a Final Flash, there's no, again, functional difference, right? Like Vegeta performing a final explosion would be the same as like when Boo essentially decides to self-destruct. You know what I mean? They're just it's just energy blast. That's it. And that's not to say that like it's a bad thing for like Dragon Ball for like the Dragon Ball power system, but it does make you wonder how much more could genuinely be done with it.
Oh my god, I didn't even think about that until you said that. Yeah, I still never understood how characters on par with and stronger than Perfect Cell being capable of blowing up the solar system. Like, let's just say like Kid Buu, right? I don't know how does Kid Buu destroy his own body when he blows up Earth?
Yeah.
A DBZ top tier gets his body blown up by a planet exploding.
Maybe the blast, maybe it's just one of those things where the blast blows up the entire fucking planet, but it's powerful enough to blow up the universe or some shit. You know, like that whole key control thing, like with Broly, right? Where it's like, it doesn't matter if they're going out, it doesn't matter. And also, let me actually, talking about Broly, here's the thing. I'm not one to really give people who try to downplay Dragon Ball like any flowers or anything, but an argument that does kind of make a lot of sense to me, at least from their perspective, is that like, okay, Broly is supposed to be going berserk, right? Broly, when he bulks up, when he transforms before he goes super, even when he goes Super Saiyan, right? Where he's just raging the fuck out and just shooting out energy blasts all over the fucking Antarctic. It's like, if the guy's lost his shit, and if he's supposed to be stronger than Goku and Vegeta, how the fuck is he just not blowing up the planet on accident with a single ki blast? Especially against Super Saiyan Blue Goku and Vegeta, like what the fuck? That shit is crazy. It's like, you think, so it's a thing where like ki control is just like the easiest thing to manipulate, even a fucking brain dead monkey could like control ki if they knew how to?
It seems to be that way, yeah.
Yeah, it's just it just works that way. What was that? What was that Xbox CEO? What was that one line that he used? It just works.
Yeah.
All right. Will you check out the DBL 9th Anniversary Part 3 Ultra Character Animation? What the fuck does that mean? Did Frieza destroy Earth in Resurrection of F and die after that? I don't think he did. They never showed Frieza's body. Actually, did Frieza die during that? No. He should have survived. He can live in the vacuum of space. DB fans told us Broly is a quick learner. LOL. I guess so, but the guy essentially only fought inside of his own planet for years, dude. With essentially no real training besides like whatever fundamentals his father could teach him. The best cope for what he is instinctively using ki control due to the training he had. That's probably like the best headcanon I can think of, right? Yeah. That's good cope. Broly.
Yeah. I'm gonna head out and let my phone charge.
Alright, have a good one, man. Appreciate you for showing up. That was fun.
Yeah, see ya.
See ya. If anyone else would like to give me any of their crazy scaling, I'd be more than chill for it. Just let me know. Cell is a better villain than Frieza. By the way, I could see that. You think so? You think so? There's a difference, but it's barely noteworthy. More of a stylistic thing. Frieza's a low-effort piercing beam. Kamehameha originally appeared more as a blunt attack beam mirrors user. I guess, yeah. I can't allow a cartoonishly goofy series, probably aimed for the lowest common denominator, to beat that much cooler, edgier ninja series that's more hardcore and it doesn't feel right. Yep, I agree. Yeah, why would you? Why would you even remotely agree with that? Proceeds to cause a structure that can be tanked by Prime. Pre-time skip Frankie is crazy. You guys think pre-time skip Frankie could tank a blast from Broly? By the way, also, Hit's time skip. I forgot to ask Aura if he thought that Hit's time skip was a key ability. Boo is a better villain than Cell. I agree with that. 100%. I 100% agree with that. There is no... Dude, there is just something funny. Boo. Super Boo drinking... Super Boo drinking soda. There is just something abnormally funny to me, especially in this arc of the series, where you just have Gotenks essentially turn this fight into a whole joke, and Super Boo's just sitting there, pulled out a random ice cream float soda with, and I shit you not, a comic book about cars. Like, bro just had this shit on lock. Enjoy your ice cream float while you can, yeah. I don't know, man. I don't know. People don't like the fact that, like, this arc was so goofy, but I told myself, you know what, let's go back to, like, the goofier end of a Dragon Ball, right? Like, why not? Dragon Ball was initially not that serious. Let's go back to this portion. He got the Gear 5 hacks. Most of the time, non-key/magic abilities are not overpowered by key. I think that's fair. Is it a hot take that Cell is the best designed villain, Dragon Ball villain? I am not the biggest fan of Cell's design. I'm not the biggest fan, if I had to be honest with you. I think his design is just okay. I don't know. It's like... He's like, what, like an 8-foot, 9-foot tall, like, monster, right? Like, he's supposed to be like a cicada or something. Do you think Emu will be defeated soon? Fuck no. There's no way Emu's defeated yet. Tell me who has more aura than Mercenary Tao in Dragon Ball. I'll wait. Jiren. Jiren has more aura. Okay. So there was something about the Whitebeard V-Ray cart that you guys wanted me to check out, right? I really like the Seiya Man and pseudo slice of life stuff in the early Buu arc. I liked it too. I genuinely enjoyed that part as well. I think that it definitely gave in like a nice little glimpse and a nice little pace breaker from what the Saiyan Saga was, because the Saiyan Saga, not the Saiyan Saga, I keep saying Saiyan. The Android Saga felt like people were just being wiped out left and right, and there was just no amount, of like saving it. You know what I mean? It just felt so serious all the time. Like every little thing that we do is automatically failing at our next task at hand. It just felt weird to me, you know? Like, they only defeated Cell at the end because Gohan finally locked in. So it was nice to see them, like, take it a bit slower. Who's your favorite Buu? Kid Buu. I love Kid Buu's crazy, erratic nature. It's hilarious, yet so correct about bleach scaling. What did you send me? That is true. That is very much true. Where did Drake tag me in? What should the things that Drake tagged me in memes? And we too are awkward fellow. Let me show you guys. Should we do a meme review? Should we do a what we saw? What Bleach fans saw. Yeah, that's exactly what Bleach fans saw. I was telling my girlfriend about this yesterday that what the fuck is this? Ew. Is that supposed to be guts from Berserk? What the fuck? I envy the dead who can no longer see such horrors. Futanami for the win. Alright. The fuck is this garbage? Alright. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry you guys had to see any of that. I now remember why I don't go into my own meme section. Did you know that Buhan feat and Vegito fight in the same... Is the anime only? The Buhan feat and the Vegito fight... Yeah, the fight only lasts a couple of chapters. No, the fight only lasts like a chapter or so, right? It didn't last that long? Luffy patiently waiting for Sanji to get Conqueror's Haki and master it so Sanji can make him the Pirate King because his first mate is useless and doesn't even know how he has Conqueror's Haki yet. That's crazy. Absolutely diabolical. Your month equals your useless power. September. You can see through solid materials, but it only works on shoes. Alright. What are these memes? What the fuck are these? Alright. Alright. Chicken was so fire, he pulled out his braids. Alright, these are just stupid. I'm sorry. I'm not really talking about anything. I have to go off to watch a World Cup match. Until next time, see you later, bro. Yeah, after Super Buu. Okay. Anyway. Arlong within the first 100 chapters. Let's just pull that stuff up. I think I have everything I need. I don't think I need to look through anything else. Alright, close that. And close that. We need to start looking for. What are your thoughts on the Moro arc? Moro and the Moro arc. Okay. I like the Moro arc. Believe it or not, I thought it was okay. I thought it was a good way to introduce. I thought it was a good way to introduce a character like Maris or Miris, who originally gave me like a very weird vibe about him. I think that was the point. I think Toyotaro succeeded in giving off that vibe for him, all things considered. You can definitely tell that like there's something weird about this guy being strong enough to keep up with Goku and Vegeta, which I didn't like at the start. But seeing how Moro had escaped that prison, and then one thing that I found kind of weird was Moro's utilization of magic in order to absorb energy from Goku and the others until the point where he was now powerful enough to, you know, regain his youth. The utilization of the prisoners and the way that he would essentially empower them so they could fight the Z fighters was also kind of interesting, but I did think it was a bit weird that, like, you know, you have all of the Z fighters there, but they really did feel like all of the stuff that they go through just to be essentially kept up by guys that are, you know, stronger and stronger and stronger, being made more powerful by Moro as a villain and through the utilization of his magic. I always thought it was weird. I'd like to have seen like maybe some like origin for Moro, because something that Toriyama and just something that happens in general in Dragon Ball is that many of the times, besides with characters like Cell, we never really get to see the origins of many of the villains that show up, and a lot of the times we get situations where because there is essentially no, okay, Bara, behind you. What? Hey, how did you get behind me without me seeing? I'm faster than light. I'm the fastest being in the whole universe. You must be too, then. I'm crying. I'm crying. It wasn't even Goku that said it. It was fucking Fur. It was fucking Birder. That's insane, dude. How fast is Luffy travel speed-wise? In terms of short burst movement speed, hundreds of thousands of times the speed of light. In terms of normal running speed in long distances, it depends. It depends. Is he in Gear 5? Is he not? Is he trying to conserve energy? Is he not? Like, what are we doing, right? Like, what is it that we're doing, bruv? Anyway, the thing I will say that I didn't like about the Moro arc in particular, and I'll just show you guys real quick, I didn't like the utilization of Moro's. You want me to check out the art channel? Sure, I can check out the art channel. We two are awkward fellows. I please don't be anything weird. There's nothing here. Oh, this is cool. Why is Hello Kitty? All right. What else do we have on the art channel? Ah, yes. This is a true piece of art right here. No other server, got you. God damn, yo, can you imagine Konoha Village? By the way, technically these 10 tails are far too small, but anyway, yo, can you imagine like Konoha Village really being attacked by like this many 10 tails and shit? That'd be insane. I didn't know there was this one had an art channel. All right. Just in case, I don't want the music to demonetize me. Okay, so Sukuna, I wanted to slice you into 3. That was way too sweet. I think I'm not gonna talk down the animation, but I do think they went a little too hard on what Sukuna did to the guy. Okay. Okay, weave, swing, miss, weave, black flash. Yo, Yuji never did that. Alright. Oh, these are pretty good. Holy shit. Yo, guys, let's get some W's for these. These are pretty good. I like the Luffy one. That's nice. Brooks smoking a blunt. Yeah. Brooks smoking a blunt type shit. Ooh, Aaron with the Attack Titan. Nice. This one's just funny. This one's just funny. Wow. really fucking impressive. I love the shadowing. I love the detail. Holy shit. Look at... You can even tell, like the jags in the armor to show that, like, Batman's got, like, the Kevlar points all around his body. Holy shit. Is there ever a finished piece of artwork? Yeah, we got some talented people. We got some really fucking talented fucking people. Holy shit. Wow. Oh, wow. These are fantastic. Ew, Lemon Grab. Why do they make Lemon Grab Gojo? Trafalgar Law. Alright. This one's pretty sick. This one is pretty damn sick. Whoever drew this, good fucking shit. A Griffin and a Cerberus. I don't care for Attack on Titan, but this is pretty fucking good. This is really good. Alright, nah, these are sick. These are W arts. These are W art. Who said Granola's better than Moro? Explain yourself. Yeah, I will say this. I wish they explained a bit more as to how... Yeah, he did not do all that. Why are Naruto fans so obsessed with the 100 normal ninjas can blow up the moon? They're obsessed with it because the chakra cannon... Chakra diffusion cannon. The chakra diffusion cannon that they like to always reference. It's... How do I put it? It's kind of like what the weapon does versus what fuels it, right? It's what the weapon does versus what fuels it. So, the two cannons at the bottom of the barrel are what's mostly being charged up by the vast majority of the Alliance. Not Alliance. The 100 Shinobi. And it says right there that the main purpose of the cannon was to destroy meteorites formed from the falling moon. This weapon is fired when the chakra capacity is at 100%. This utilized the twin muzzles at the bottom of the cannon that would fire a joint blue beam of chakra, which would diffuse into a multitude of beams in order to counter and destroy all of the falling meteors. Now let's read the part where they said that they needed the 100 Shinobis. The chakra transportation cannon. This was the most powerful cannon, and it is consisted of the top muzzle that had the ability to transport any target into another dimension, essentially causing the destruction of the entire moon. This cannon glowed a large yellow orb of chakra when activated. However, it was never fired despite A's orders due to Killer B refusing to kill Naruto, who was on the moon at the time, as well as Naruto and the others finishing the mission and saving Earth in time before the cannon could be used. Was only going to transport the moon to another dimension, right? And the resulting transportation would resulted in it. The result of the transportation. Let me rephrase that. The transportation would have resulted in its explosion, right? In its destruction, right? Now, a lot of people seem to hear to say, well, but it's still transporting like an object that massive, and I want to say to that I say, well, let's look at it like this. Kurama's chakra for Kakashi, right, who has a very similar ability, the Kamui, right? I kind of like to make a comparison between this and Kamui, right? Specifically, and I'll bring out a couple of these panels real quick. Ten Tails is revived. It attacks. Yeah, right here. Okay, so we need that one. And then we need, when does Naruto give the Alliance all of that chakra? It is around these points right here. Okay. He gives the entire Alliance his chakra. Should be... Okay, it's a lot stronger than last time. There's something I want to confirm regarding the entail from the last battle sequence. Kakashi, you said that the reason why you were able to travel through time-space using Kamui plus pulled 8 tails in and out almost whole was thanks to receiving 9 tails chakra from Naruto, right? Yes, though to be completely accurate, I received the chakra directly from the 9 tails. In reference to your words of choice, thank you. How different was it using the Kamui compared to the 9 tails chakra? Could you explain it to me in simple terms? I would say more than 3 times the power. I couldn't really hurl things that were very large or do it very often before that. Okay, right? So we have Kurama's chakra being very powerful, and the amount of chakra, especially this amount of chakra that he offers Kakashi and the entire Alliance, it is 3 times greater than the chakra he previously got. Or at least 3 times more powerful, right? So it's 3 times more powerful. Now, something that I want to make a note of here is, and the reason why I bring up this scaling right here is because when Kakashi uses Kamui to bring back out the 8 tails, you can see right here that obviously he couldn't get the entirety of it, right? Looks like we left. I'm sorry about the 1 leg, but here I go. We focused too much on the 10 tails, so we couldn't even get the entirety of the 8 tails. Whether or not you think it's because it would be like saying it takes 100 Shinobi's chakra to tack the moon away. Exactly, right? So I just want to give a bit of a comparison, right? Because that would thereby mean that 100 Shinobi essentially offer more chakra. Let me just actually I'll type it up. I'll type it up right here just to show you guys, right? So Kakashi receives chakra, both the chakra cannon and Kakashi have an ability to teleport. Kakashi have the ability to teleport large objects large objects, right? Into another dimension, right? Into another dimension, right? Kakashi could only teleport the 17-meter tall Gyuki with some of Kurama's chakra, right? Some of Kurama's chakra. I'm gonna call it the chakra diffusion, the CDC, the CTC, the chakra transportation cannon, can only teleport the moon with 100 plus Shinobi. With only 100 Shinobi charging it. Does it make sense to you people? Would it make sense to you people to say that in order to teleport an object that is astronomically larger than a 17-meter tall Gyuki, do you guys agree with the notion that 100 Shinobi have more chakra than Kurama, or that they have more chakra total than the energy that Kurama gave Kakashi? Well, I would say probably so, right? Regardless of whether or not, couldn't you argue that Yuki's chakra quantity like Obito? That's because of nothing implies that. You cannot argue that. You could, that's headcanon. Nothing remotely implies that. Nothing about it even remotely states it to be true. Besides, the difference between what Kakashi did and Obito using Kamui is that he has to phase his own body through the, he has to send it to the Kamui dimension, which he couldn't do because the Ten Tails was already inside of him. It's not the same context. Now, we know that Kurama has more than enough chakra, even half of Kurama without any kind of amps, has more than enough chakra to amplify a vast majority of the Shinobi Alliance, which you can then argue. What was it over? Like 10,000 Shinobi? It was like over 40,000 Shinobi, something like that. 10 to 40,000 Shinobi have more chakra than some of what Kurama gave Kakashi. I don't see an issue. Right. But now let's look at it from this perspective, right? If it was a quantity-based thing, if this were a quantity-based argument, then the entirety of the... I'm just going to write 10,000 plus, because I don't remember what the exact number is. 10,000 plus Shinobi that were fed a cloak over 3 times more powerful than the chakra Kurama gave Kakashi. If this were a quantity-based argument, then the entirety of the Shinobi that were fed a cloak over 3 times more powerful than the chakra Kakashi should have the capacity to wipe away the moon, right? Should have the capacity to wipe away something larger than, let's say, the moon, right? But that's clearly not the case, right? I don't think we know how many shinobi were there since a lot of people died. They lost over half, right? They lost over half. Just realized that while Naruto seemed to be inspired by Dragon Ball with the introduction of Kaguya, Moro, when you break down his powers, sounds like an Otsutsuki. Just something I noticed. Yeah, he does go into planets. No, it's something interesting. He does go into planets and essentially absorbs all of their energy and all of, like, their life force. I just wish that Moro's abilities were, at least as far as, like, the whole, like, magic end of it, Moro's abilities were, like, further explained, because he really is a character that, like, at least as far as I'm concerned, I just don't fully understand how Moro's magic works. Does that make any sense? Like, when it comes to, like, the Moro arc, do you guys... It's just like saying a fuel and a bulldozer scales higher. Yeah. Saying it takes 100 shinobi chakra to attack with him. Yeah, no. Naruto tanked an explosion that drained and detonated his own chakra, and he survived the blast, being powerful enough to leave a massive hole in the moon. Well, you say it's a massive hole in the moon. How big really is it? Can you give me an objective size for it? Because unless you can, it's just a big boom. It's just a big hole. I don't know how big the hole is, but you can't tell me how big the hole is. Boundless Caribou is in the new meta. The entire Shinobi Alliance, amped by Kurama, could blow up the moon. Why is that a contradiction? Because why do I have to believe that? What exactly forces me to believe that? Like, genuinely speaking, what jutsu or abilities could they use to blow up the moon? That's what I don't get. It's magic. It doesn't need to be explained, I guess. Moro turned into a punch-kick merchant by the end of the arc. Yeah, that always felt a little weird to me as well. I do think I like the Moro arc, but I just don't know if I really like the utilization of, I don't know if I like his utilization of, his abilities. I mean, let me ask you this. Do you think half of Kurama can blow up the moon? You think half of Kurama could wipe out the entirety of the moon in one blast? Like, what jutsu does Kurama have that tells me he can blow up the moon? That's kind of my point. Like, what technique does the Ninetales use on its own to blow up the entirety of the moon? That's kind of my question. That's kind of my whole point here, right? It's less about, you know... It's less about whether or not they could do it, and more so about, like, why should I entertain the idea that it could when it can't even... Not can't even. It doesn't ever even blow up a country. Moro did a cell move last second. Nah, if we could funnel the chakra to Kakashi, we would be able to Kamui the moon. Maybe. You could try to argue that, depending on if you can get Kakashi to the moon, if you can get Kakashi... I mean, sure, right? Like, can you get Kakashi to the moon? Can you get... can you give him the Mangekyo Sharingan again? Well, if you think the moon is hollow exactly in the center, you can argue that the hole is at least 10 to 20 kilometers deep. Maybe. How did you get 10 to 20 kilometers deep, though? Exactly in the center. Okay. Anyway. Kind of my point here is that, like, logically speaking, one should be able to come down to that conclusion, but it just doesn't add up because Kurama doesn't ever even blow up a country. Like, Kurama doesn't ever show anything even remotely close to the capacity to do the same amount of damage that the Ten-Tails did, and the Ten-Tails couldn't even blow up an entire country. So, again, it kind of just boils down to this example of, like, I mean, it's just Kakashi's Kamui. It's just a bunch of people are essentially charging up this cannon that has a similar function to Kamui of teleporting an object away, and it takes 100 shinobis to charge it enough so that it can create, let's say, a field, a blast, an explosion, a time-space hole. So why is it a contradiction? Because the scaling doesn't add up to it. The scaling simply does not add up. The tangible scaling that we can visibly see does not add up. Like, you look at it from this perspective. Again, let's go back. Both the Chakra Cannon and Kakashi have an ability to teleport large objects. So that's why it is a contradiction, because their abilities contradict. I'm agreeing. Yeah. It's an ability to teleport large objects. This has nothing to do with actual attack potency. It's not about the cannon having any attack potency, because one of the meteors coming from the moon was larger than Konoha. Konoha is 10 to 20 kilometers, right? Is it? Let me see. Konoha, I would argue Konoha is about 40 kilometers. I would argue that Konoha is about 40, if I had to be honest. Only because I believe that Konoha would have to be at least twice as big as the Forest of Death, which is 10 kilometers from the edge to the center, right? Kakashi looking at the cannon, look at what they need to mimic a fraction of my power. Yeah, you're welcome, Gabriel. Gabriel, you're welcome. Naruto characters are impressed blowing up mountains, yeah. The best they ever did was destroy asteroids orbiting around the planet. When does Sasuke destroy that meteor, by the way? Sasuke destroys a meteor. Let me look that up real quick. They're still live on this. Sasuke destroys meteor. Let me look this one up real quick. Let me just... There we go. I'm closer and closer. I am close and closer to just saying Konoha is around 15 kilometers. Yeah, so this piece right here, I wouldn't say it's about it. I would say it's almost as big as the Hidden Leaf. I would say it's about as big as the Hidden Leaf. I think that's fine. I would say it's a little bit smaller, but yeah, I would say that this would be enough to wipe out the Hidden Leaf. Yeah, I would say that would be about enough. Just saying they don't have feats is not a contradiction. Saying their feats do not substantiate the statements are. They don't have feats is not a contradiction. It would be a contradiction because all of their feats quite literally do not support the line of scaling that Kurama could blow up the moon. Like there's no feat that even remotely implies Kurama could blow up the moon. So to understand, right? So just what do you think of the squad of 8 Gates users that destroying half the meteor? Let me look on that one. Lee destroys rock. Lee destroys meteor. Yeah, let's see this one real quick. I also thought it was weird. Like, when the fuck did they get all these 8 Gates users? Sixth gate of rejuvenation, sixth gate of... Yeah, sixth gate of joy. Ah, that's what it was. What the fuck? I didn't click on that. Alright. Alright. Narratively, no Naruto Kurama grew stronger by the time of Boruto. It even say that Sasuke could take on a Kaguya-level threat by himself. I agree with that. Eon, what do you think? I have it at 900 times before King Kong Gun. I would argue 90 times, but that's just me. Can you post more bingo cards on your community posts? I could do that. I can definitely do that. Another headcanon is that Lee has the 8th gate when nowhere is it ever stated or shown. Yeah, it sucks that Lee just is never going to use the 8th gate. I really hate the Moon Cannon meta because T-Ping something, something that does not mean... TPing something does not mean that it cannot... that you can blow it up. Yeah, the cannon meta just doesn't make a lot of sense. Oh yeah, the Rock Lee squad splitting it in half, I mean, it takes a whole group of shinobi to do what Sasuke can do, so yeah. It takes a whole group of shinobi, what is it, like 6 to 8 shinobi to do that? I don't know, man. Absence of evidence is not the evidence of absence is my point. The evidence of absence? I can agree to that. I can agree to that to an extent, only because, once again, until Naruto gets his 6 Pats powers, nothing even remotely implies that Kurama nor the Shinobi Alliance have the capacity to destroy an entire country, let alone the moon, let alone a continent, let alone the moon. Like, it basically boils down to, I don't have to entertain the argument. It essentially just boils down to, yeah, I genuinely do not have to entertain it. Sasuke literally put down a Kaguya-level threat with a single Chidori. I don't know if I would call that meteor a Kaguya-level threat. I don't know if I would call the meteor in and of itself a Kaguya-level threat. That's the one thing. Ganondorf is the new meta too? What the fuck is this talking about? Oh. Ew. Why is that the thumbnail? So the last Sasuke and Lee performed 2 halves of Pain's almighty push feat, unless you argue after Reconstruction Konoha got bigger and more durable. I don't know about more durable, but you can definitely argue that Konoha at least like would have been dealt more severe damage because it wouldn't have just been an almighty push. It wouldn't have been just an almighty push where like everything's just blown away. It would have been a literal giant rock that would have crushed the entirety of the village. It would have been consistent weight and force being applied that's also lit up in flames. Good point, actually, but you can't just give it to him for the sake of it in a versus battle. Does Sasuke's AP and hit scale to the meteor? I would argue that Sasuke by this point should at least have a Chidori that has the attack potency to wipe out, let's say, like, a large village, right? So, like, the Hidden Leaf, you could definitely argue. The Hidden Leaf is an example. You can definitely argue that, let's just say, like, okay, let's just say, like, the Hidden Leaf is, like, 40 kilometers. You want to say that, like, the Hidden Leaf is, like, a small country? I could definitely say that Sasuke's Chidori is, like, that of a small country, right? Like, I could definitely argue that, like, if you think that 40 kilometers, like, if you want to say that that's a small country because of some Vatican City type shit, or you want to say that, like, the Hidden Leaf, even though the whole country is the land of fire and the Hidden Leaf is just a city, you could definitely say that, like, whatever amount of destruction it would take to, like, wipe away a city-level meteor, I would say that, like, yeah, Sasuke's AP would probably fall somewhere above that. If you think that a city level, that a meteor the size of a city has the force to destroy, like, a small country, then sure. Like, I'm fine with saying that Sasuke's Chidori has that much attack potency. I don't really have an issue with that. Nah, I don't. But to disprove it, you need to show why it's wrong to use for scale. I mean, the reason why it's wrong to use for scale is because none of the characters' feats or statements ever match up with the idea that Kurama, at least prior to Naruto unlocking Sage of Six Paths powers, has the capacity to blow up anything larger than even a small country. Which he doesn't. He doesn't have anything. So why would I argue? So why would I agree with the notion that, again, based off of this information, that if 100 shinobi have the chakra in order to surpass a cannon, and Kurama has more chakra than 100 shinobi, that he somehow also has the chakra necessary to blow up? Keep in mind, 12-year-old Naruto has 3 times Kakashi's chakra, so the cannon doesn't make sense unless Kid Naruto is stronger than Kakashi. Yeah. Yeah. So last Sasuke's Chidori's AP a city to small country level. That's if you want to go by, like, I guess, like, some kind of, like, calculation or something, right? Like, I don't know. I'm just saying it was going to blow up a large city. We agree on. No need. No, I know. I'm just explaining it to everyone else. I know you're fine. When does Sasuke be above the Kong gun feet? Why would it be above the Kong gun feet? The city, what, 40 kilometers? You know how big Dressrosa is? Dressrosa as a whole is like 4,000, under 4,000 kilometers. Dressrosa on its own, when's the video gonna drop? Dude, I'm on like 34 pages in. There's no way the video drops anytime soon. There's like, there is, in every honest way possible, no way the video comes out anytime soon. I've had too much shit to do with my families, and tomorrow I've got to take my cousins to, around the town. So, yeah. I'm trying to do my best here as far as, like, writing shit down. I'm already past Don Krieg. I should honestly sit down and write. Some. Yeah, like I'm being honest here when I say that Dressrosa is over 100 times larger. Is at least around like 100 times larger than Konoha at best. Have you considered breaking up the video into multiple parts? I don't want to do it into multiple parts. Like, do part 1 of the first 100 chapters. I guess I could. It would also get it out quicker, but I kind of just want to get it all out once and for all, you know what I mean? I don't want to take too much. I feel like if I could just get it all out and just put it all out at once, it'll just make it easier for me in the overall video. It might be better. I don't know. I'll think about it. Once I'm done with this and once I write up, like, my conclusion as to who wins in this fight, I'll just go out of my way to do it. To whether or not I continue or not. The Hidden Leaf is very vast in size. It's what's made it out of very tough and durable. What is it made out of? It's made out of wood. It's made out of wood, my guy. At worst, Dressrosa's like 2,000 kilometer diameter since Greenbit is not in Viola's power. The worst you could give it is honestly 3,000 if you think that the bridge that connects the bridge that connects it to Greenbit, Dressrosa Greenbit map. Like, at its worst, if you think that this right here, this bridge is 1,000 kilometers, Unless you believe that the bridge from Dressrosa to Greenbit is 1,000 kilometers, the worst you can honestly give it is like 1,000, is like 3,000 kilometers. Can I get your opinion on something? If there was a statement implying a character grew 1,000,000,000 times in strength, would you give him 1,000,000,000 times amp in speed as well, even if he doesn't have feats that impressive? If the series constantly implies that strength grows alongside speed, right? So if a series, for example, like Dragon Ball, like One Piece, series where the characters, or even like Bleach, where the stronger the characters get, the faster they become, if you believe that that series has an increment of strength alongside speed, and there is an increment of billions of times to strength, you can argue that at the very least, the speed increase would have to be somewhere around the same, if not at least half of what the strength is, and it would still be insane. What exactly would One Piece, what exactly would make One Piece become respected in power scaling? People removing their bias, so it's never going to happen. People be dogging on it like crazy in polls and just everything. Everywhere. It's basically just it looks goofy. That's it. Personal bias and it not looking goofy. We had a discussion about this before, guys takes. We had a discussion about this before, but because somebody brought up what would happen if Bleach and One Piece had their art styles swapped. So if One Piece was drawn with Bleach's art style, and if Bleach was drawn with One Piece's art style, and I'm going to tell you straight up right now, Bleach would not make it very far. People would dog on it. People would say that Yuhabaha is not that strong because he looks goofy as fuck. And at the Mayuri Kurotsuchi, everyone would look at him like a fucking freak because he already looks like a freaking Bleach art style, and just make him look goofier now. And everyone would be praising Foxy the Pirate because he would actually shoot beams of light, because it's all based on vibes at the end of the day for so many people. Like, yeah, Bleach would be in the gutter. Nobody would be giving Bleach any kind of head or any kind of like, no one would give Bleach any, and I really do mean any kind of justice at all. Like, you remove how pretty the series look, and you realize like how absolute dog shit it stands up on its own 2 feet as far as writing goes. Like, I don't think it's gonna get very far. One Piece would probably be considered the greatest piece of fiction of all time if you gave it Bleach's art style. I'm gonna be honest with you. The Ten-Tail scales to continental power? It absolutely does not. Naruto and Sasuke being able to defeat Kaguya-level threats themselves puts them far above that. Why does the Ten-Tail scale above continental? Or why does it scale 2 continental levels of power? But by default, the roots of the trees barely even scratch the hidden leaf, and that's a planetary AP. What makes it planetary AP? Because you're telling me that now every single village in every single one of the nations, and every single one of the hidden villages, you're telling me that all of these trees, they all just scaled to planetary? You're telling me that every single one of these villages, besides this one building right here, all of these buildings that do not have the tree roots growing through them, you're telling me that they all scale to planetary? So you're telling me that this house right here scales to planetary attack potency. How strong is Boros in One Punch Man? I have no clue, because I have not watched One Punch Man for the sake of scaling. But yeah, you get the point, yeah. You do know that's because the more detailed the look of an anime manga, the more work of the scaling the author has done for it, hence why Bleach is the strongest. That's not even remotely true. That A, does not make any fucking sense to me whatsoever, and B, that is not even remotely true. I asked my friend who's the biggest Bleach glazer, would he drop Bleach if he had Oda's art style? And he said yes, obviously. Yeah. Yeah, I'm telling you. It's because Bleach looks nice. It's all because of appearances. It's like the concept of like, it's like the looks maxing concept, where it's like, prettier people, it's the concept of looks maxing, where it's like prettier people, prettier art styles, better looking series, obviously get better treatment. If it looks appealing to the eye, if it looks nicer, it is automatically going to get much more glaze, because guess what? Guess what? It just is pleasing to the eye. It's called pretty privilege. Bleach just has it. One Piece is like the weird kid at the back of the classroom that ends up growing up to become a successful businessman. It's like, who gives a shit if he was weird? Who gives a shit if he's a little ugly? Who gives a shit if he's a little bald? Or if he likes to wear graphic tees underneath his suit jacket? It's still a very successful series whatsoever. And Bleach is like the very the smart guy, the smart guy or the pretty girl in class that essentially constantly gets coasts by based on their appearances, so when they grow up they essentially have no actual real world skills. It's like, where you can obliterate a star? Who can obliterate a star? No, there's no, I don't think there was a statement that says you can obliterate a star. I think the statement was star, that people are calling it a star busting attack because it's called Roaring Star Cannon, whatever the fuck. That's the thing, it's not bad, it's just that it's goofy. It's really not, it's just that it's goofy and the characters sometimes look ugly. That's really it. Like, real talk. Like, okay. Be real with me. Be real with me just for a second. Remove any kind of knowledge that you have about One Piece. Remove any kind of knowledge, any kind of bias. I want you guys to just try and be as instinctual as you can be. I want you guys to come at this from as an instinctive of a moment as this could possibly be. Let me ask you this, right? I'm gonna give you guys a perspective. I want you guys to just base this off of appearance. Forget everything you know. Base this entirely on appearance. Be as biased as you can in terms of how the characters look. I just want to do this as an example, right? Give me 1 second. I'm trying to find... Okay. Sure. This one gives them aura points. Okay. You have this guy, and you have this guy. Who do you think, based entirely off of appearance, who do you think is more powerful between these two guys? Who do you guys think could take a hit better than these two? Out of these two guys, who do you genuinely believe, based off of appearance alone, who do you think is a cooler, more powerful, more dangerous? Which of the two do you guys think is more dangerous? Right? I'll give you guys another image, right? This guy over here with the giant executioner blade, with the giant buster sword, or the guy who has a saxophone who has essentially hair curls. The one on the left, right? Okay, now, let me show you something really interesting, right? Zabuza, right? So, you would say that Zabuza is the more threatening of the two, right? Now, this attack right here, this giant waterfall right here is what took out Zabuza the first time, right? This giant waterfall attack is exactly what took out Zabuza the first time that they fought, right? And this basically knocked out Zabuza, for context, right? And this is the explosion that Igaram survives, right? Igaram survives this explosion. Literally. Straight up tanks it. On a ship... This is the ship that he's in. This is what he's wearing now. Yes, Igaram decided to dress as a woman now. This is what he looks like. Yes, he does not look very flattering. He's very ugly. Clearly not built... clearly built like your uncle that probably drinks too much. And yeah, he gets on the ship. He gets on this ship right here, and as they walk away, boom, big ass explosion. You made the Grimjow Foxy added in chat. And yet, as undiscovered particle, whatever this light strikes, whether it's a living creature, liquid, or gas, will maintain all of its properties but lose velocity. Yo, I'm stealing this. I might have to steal this. No funny shit. Get the anime version. Yeah. Igaram explodes. Igaram's ship explodes. Igaram... Death One Piece. Again, just for context, just so you guys can see it. Just so you guys can see it. He's on a ship. He's sailing away. Look how big, look how wide away it is. And then a massive explosion that essentially covers this massive fucking area. This topic can be a video in on itself. Yeah. Yeah, 100%. But like Zabuza should be able to tank the explosion with calc scaling? No, he shouldn't. No, he should not. I would not even remotely agree with it. Igaram unironically above 2.2 meters tall, at least from that panel. My man is a unit, yeah. My girl wants to drop One Piece because she said Bleach is a fashion anime. Mind you, yesterday she didn't know that Bleach was in the big three, yeah. For example, Momoshiki was stated to absorb the chakra from a multi-planets through the Ten Tails, yet Naruto and Sasuke were able to defeat him. Fantastic. And yet, all those multi-planets, A, we don't know how much chakra they had. B, they clearly had far less chakra than the chakra seed, the chakra fruit that Kaguya ate, since he literally comments on how small and degrading the chakra seeds were, and guess what? Just because he's absorbing the chakra of a planet who barely had any chakra does not even remotely mean to me, does not even remotely apply to me, that, or does not even remotely matter in the grand scheme of things of whether or not he actually gained planetary levels of power. Eating the chakra of a planet that had way less chakra than Earth, yeah, I have no idea how much chakra that's supposed to power him up with. Yeah. Have fun arguing that it's a 1-to-1 increase based on the size of the planet he ate. Have fun arguing that. I don't know about that. Fairy Tail is pretty goofy and people glaze the verse to hell and back. Fairy Tail. Fairy Tail panels. Yeah. Yeah, when the art style of Fairy Tail isn't even remotely as goofy as One Piece's, right? It's not even remotely as goofy though. Like, yes, Fairy Tail does have very goofy moments. That I 100% agree with, but when you combine the art style of Fairy Tail, which when it's good, I would say it's pretty damn good, and then you combine that with women wearing exactly virtually nothing, when you couple that with women essentially wearing extremely revealing outfits, yeah, you kind of get a conclusion of like nobody's scaling Fairy Tail, nobody's glazing Fairy Tail because of the scaling. They're glazing Fairy Tail because, hey, look, it looks insane. You should look at early Fairy Tail. Fairy Tail actually looks more sharper and cooler. Yeah, I agree. Like, we've seen early Fairy Tail before, Aster. We have. We've checked it out on the channel before. Like, it's kind of my point, though. Like, even if early Fairy Tail does look a bit goofy, it's like, at the end of the day, that's not the art style that everybody else remembers. Like, the art style that everybody else remembers, or at least the art style that everybody thinks about, is like after chapter 150 or something, when, like, Hiro Majima essentially, like, really gets their art style going. But, like, right here, like, yeah, they don't look even remotely the same. Yeah, Natsu does look a bit weird. Happy does look like an absolute freak that I should fucking punt. But my point is that nobody's thinking about this art style. Nobody thinks about One Piece's early art style when they're talking about One Piece. Everybody's thinking about this art style in addition to the post-time skip art style once we get farther in. Yeah. I can't. I'm engaged to be married. Oh, yeah. Like, this is definitely a sharper and better looking art style. It's better this way. This is our answer. A fiance. He'd always been a liar. At least that part hasn't changed. Yeah. I wish Fairy Tail had more love. It really is very interesting. It's also a good Gunner manga to get into, I guess, I suppose. Not me personally. But anyway, that was ironically what my latest video was about, though villain-wise. Yeah. Yeah. I do think that it would probably be interesting to have a discussion on this, as like, I do think that it is like a... No, piercing / fall damage are always glazed in fiction. So that means Zabuza, the kunai that Kid Naruto threw, which Zabuza was worried about getting hit, is city level. Fairy Tail is so repetitive. It is kind of repetitive in many of its ways. Yeah, this logic is the same for someone like Galactus from Marvel. He gets more energy and nourishment from eating planets with a lot of life in it, barren and lesser worlds less so. Yeah. Are the guns pointed at the Germa family, Continental, or whatever they scale? They're completely held down, and most of them essentially do not... Actually, not necessarily. They don't have to be Continental, but they are specific bullets designed to be able to pierce through their skins. I know that Puddin, at the very least, had a special bullet that should have been able to easily blast through Sanji's skull, regardless of how tough he was. In One Piece, they do have to go out of their way to develop weapons that, for specific characters, that'll be able to pierce through their skin because of how tough they are. They likely just had the same kind of bullet rounds designed for their family members, specifically because his brothers had actually awakened their Germa genetics. What is this? Nonderi Kubo Genjitsu? What? Naruto? Kubo-kun, oh god, tries to learn about romance for the sake of writing light novels, but he turns out to be the most tactless and clueless person ever. I like you, please go out with me. What? To confess to me of all people? So which is it? Yes or no? I'm not really mentally prepared. Look, I don't have much time here. I still need to confess to 14 more girls during lunch break. Factoring in time travel, that leaves me about 2 minutes per person. Z minutes per person, that's crazy. Bro's really trying to write a whole, like, love novel story, so he's trying to have a whole... Oh, that's funny. This might be cute. This might be cute. This might be very cute. I might read this. He's trying to write a whole, like, novel series. Okay, a romantic novelist. Okay, I see it. That's actually kind of nice. One Piece is repetitive, but Oda knows how to do things, to do his thing better than anyone. I agree with that. I agree with that 100%. Sorry, bad example. The Germa family aren't even continental, and those weapons were designed to kill them to begin with. They clarify that. Also, that doesn't excuse Abuza. Why should I believe this clown looks way too goofy, so you might be lying about his blatantly continental feet? Yeah, I mean, that's how it works. Yeah, why would you believe it? I might, oh yeah, I'm already subscribed. Okay, I'll subscribe to it. That's pretty cute. What else do we have here? Medaka Kuroiwa. I do want to get back into this one. I did think this one was very nice when I got up to like chapter 12 or 13. I'm trying to read like more manga lately that's like on the more rom-com end of it. I might make some content on it. I don't know. I did think for a moment if I wanted to. Yo, should I read Rent a Girlfriend? Yo, chat, should I start reading Rent a Girlfriend? I read Rent a Girlfriend and give a review every stream. Should I could just make content like that too. I could also technically just make content doing that. Girlfriend. Okay, there we go. Dead, no. Nobody acting like he isn't living it already. That's crazy. Should not change his base durability. HP and stamina, not is stamina, not durability. Save your sanity, please. We need you. Yes. No, please. It's bullshit. You should power scale it. Should I power scale it? I'm gonna start power scaling Rent a Girlfriend. I want to see who's top of the verse. But the power scaling is gonna be based on who has the ability to manipulate the main protagonist more. Because from my understanding, like, I still don't know who the fuck is the main guy. I keep seeing one dude with like a hairstyle, but then I see like some other dude with like a different hairstyle and some random flashbacks. I just don't know who's who. Like, what the fuck is going on with that series, man? What's this one about? Okay, this one's definitely about to be some bullshit. Osake to senpai kanojo to no amama dokyo love come wa 20 ni natte kara. That's, why don't we try living together? That's the question Takashi's girlfriend, Kureha senpai, asked him on the day he turned 20. Wait, senpai? Okay. From there, their lovey-dovey cohabitation begins, and there's practically zero distance between them. Kureha senpai, who loves alcohol, becomes even more enchanting and seductive once she starts drinking. Takashi's reasoning is about to explode. The two of them, deeply caring for each other, grow bolder in their affection, where they're drinking at home or out, using every trick in the book to flirt and get closer. A slightly naughty and pure love comedy about two people who can't contain their love for each other, living out their exciting days together. Jesus, alright. I'm 21. You turn 20 today. We're both adults. Yay, no more problems. Let's live together. Senpai, are you really 21? You still think it's pretty Your thinking is still pretty childish, though. Okay. Do you hate me now? Okay, well, she's cute. Okay. He's trying beer. A kiss, please. A kiss. What the fuck? I don't want to give away something important just because I'm drunk. So, can you wait until morning for the kiss? Okay. And she's just dealing with it all fine. Okay. This is fine. This is fine. That's okay. I don't really care. Just watch regular show. I've watched regular show. I'm going to pull out a small planetary calc for the protagonist. Let's go. Mommy is the top of the verse. Okay. The same Whitebeard can go blow for blow with type tiers. We keep going. Yeah, age does affect one's physical abilities, and yes, he has planetary the power of his devil fruit. If he decided not to hold back, it's not based on his durability. Whitebeard as Continental Plus seems fair, right? New vid data. Continental Plus, I would say it's a bit of a downplay, only because characters like Don Chinja and Don Sai do scale to him, and they should be Continental based on their ability to manipulate their AoE and also split a continent of ice that is tougher than metal. If I were to say, I would say like multi-continental to anything above that would be fair, only because Whitebeard should still be above the likes of most of his crew, and you can definitely argue that Yonko commanders are stronger than Don Chinja and Don Sai, at least narratively speaking. That's the thing, though. It's like, you also see someone like Kuzan, someone like Aokiji, essentially freeze an entire ocean, technically multiple oceans, so that, between different islands, so that Tanjit from Long Ring Long is capable of, traveling through them throughout the span of a week so that he can reach his, village, his nomadic village. So you can always make the argument, you can always just make the simple argument that if Aokiji can perform a feat like that casually, he can fight Whitebeard, who, is kind of going like mid to high diff with. It means that he must be at least employing more energy or more power than he would have been, let's say, in Long Ring Long. And again, a feat of the caliber of Don Chinjiao and Don Sai, of it being within that continental range, it would have to be far weaker than what somebody like Whitebeard can do, right? Especially Whitebeard while going all out, right? You can do a low ball. That's also completely fine if you feel like that's also the best way to go about it, or if you feel like that's the best way that your video is supposed to go. You can always just express that. And just say that Whitebeard could technically scale higher, but we're going to go with this low end, of course. He changed his hairstyle to look more like the author. It's some cuck self-insert type shit. God damn. I always keep hearing that. Is that really true? Is that really fucking true? The main protagonist is just a self-insert of the author? That's so sad, dude. What's the point of them not getting with the girl? What the fuck is the point then? But he physically hits and blocks with his Naginata attacks from top tiers. His physical powers doesn't need to be planetary for the guns to be upscaled. Cancer Beard is multi-continental, so you're just going to compare anti-feats or actually scale the characters. Moon level is the most reasonable for Whitebeard. I think that's also reasonable. I think that's completely fair, Sailor. They brought up the anti-feat. I was saying that you can do that to One Piece too. People forget Marine, Vice Admirals, and Blackbeard pirates have hockey. Forget the slop, read Gachakuta. It's, I saw one of the more recent voice actors of the series. He called it Gachakuta. Gachakuta, I think that's what he called it. Also, doesn't Rudo turn into like a furry at some point? I don't know. I'm just clicking through. Yeah. Isn't Rudo like a furry now? What the fuck is going on here? Does he like turn into a furry or something? Or was he supposed to be like a Therian? Yo, the art style, it's the eyes. For me, the art style, it's like the eyes. The eyes are definitely strange. I think I read like the first set of chapters, right? Yeah. Alright. I actually do want to get through some work, so let's pull up East Blue. Is Guts a furry? No, neither is Rudo. I mean, anything's a furry if you change the definition of furry enough, right? If you manipulate the definition enough. So, technically, you could argue, yes, he is. Is Eon a furry? Yes, either is Rudo. Alright. Alright, I'm definitely not a furry. I've definitely never worn an animal outfit. Like, there's nothing about that whole side of the internet. There's definitely nothing about that whole side of the internet that even remotely interests me. So no, I'm definitely not a fucking furry. That's pretty funny though. That is pretty funny though. Oh, sorry. All right. Okay. So it's chapter 72. I'm going to look at it through this because I think there were a couple of panels of Momu that I think I missed. If we manipulated the definition, then Unk is a furry. Okay, so how exactly do you manipulate the definition of furry so that I fall under the category? I want you to explain that. That's totally what a furry would say. No, a furry would say that they are a furry. I have never once said that I am a furry. Furries at this point in today's day and age are becoming more and more comfortable with the idea of being furry, so that 100% would not apply to me because A, I'm not a furry, and B, I don't know, animals are weird, dude. I don't know. The whole, like, animal end of it is just weird to me. The more, like, anthropomorphic gives me Fire Force and Soul Eater vibes. Hard as fuck. Yeah, I can agree with that. I do like the art style. I do like the art style of it. I don't know. Do you have a dog? I absolutely do not have a dog. Okay, yeah. Or a cat? No, I do not have a pet. Glad I could make you laugh. Kimono Mimi is anthrolite for furries in denial. What's Kimono Mimi? What's Kimono Mimi? That really wow. Oh, it's this bullshit. So that's what they call this in Japan. Oh, it's like the cat girl shit. Okay. Yeah. Weird. Yeah, 100% weird. Early Zoro does look like a cactus. He looks like, I wouldn't say cactus, I would say a moss head. Or in a moss tree. Are we all not furries? Like, we are all apes back then. Yeah, that was back then. We've evolved to grow past that. Some would argue that the fact that there are certain humans out there, not myself included, that hate what is it, hair? That hate, like, hair on their bodies so much they're willing to get all that shit lasered off in every part of their bodies so they're hairless. I would say that, yeah, we kind of became far removed from the idea of, like, being furries. I don't know, man. Esther's a furry, by the way. Well, I guess, good for them, I guess. Okay. So now we move on to our next stop at Kokoyashi Village, where we meet the penultimate villain, Arlong. One of the first things, I'm gonna just say it through text-to-speech. I don't feel like I'll fix it later. Let me pull up my Drive folder on my phone. I'm gonna do text-to-speech for this. Yeah, just get me all the way down. Okay, cool. First things that we see as we reach the island is that one of the villages was turned completely upside down. Literally. Cool. What are those guys' name? Johnny and Zoro's friend's name. Zoro's friends. Johnny and friends and Yosaku. Johnny says that fishmen are strong. They have 10 times the strength of humans. This is the kind of power that you find on the Grand Line, and this was a result. These uprooted houses were a result of a village that defied Arlong. Okay. Isn't Aster at that point? Aster's into feet, Aster's into armpits, Aster's into fairy tale, Aster's into apparently furries. What else? What else could we add? Technically, since a wild or unrestrained anger is a characteristic of a furry, then we all are furries, even you. A wild and unrestrained anger is a characteristic. What the fuck? So you're telling me that just getting angry makes you a furry, technically? I don't know if I agree with that. I think that's a bit of a stretch. So a fishman from birth has a Doriki of 100? I would argue so, yeah. Okay, I'll kill you, fishman. Don't touch. Hey, look carefully. He looks like Arlong, but he's human. Kind of. A fishman, that's a real one. Stay back. I won't let this fishman harm you. So strange. Don't touch the fishman. Okay. You hit me. Why'd you protect it? And when I was trying to protect you, I saved your life. You outsiders don't understand. You're from Goza Town, right? If you laid one finger on the fishman, they'd kill you. You should know that only too well. Fine, get yourself killed. Plush. Okay. I don't care about any of this. I think I would start making JoJo content. It's funny how I didn't even want to become an anime channel. I mean, if you want to make JoJo content, you're more than welcome to. If you ever want to do a collab, also let me know. I'm down to do a collab. Just hit me up. We can do something for your channel. We don't even have to do something for mine. I'm always down to make collabs with people. Usually I feel like it's usually just I feel like the issue with it though is just always like starting, right? Like if you ever wanted to have like a discussion on like One Piece or even JoJo's, I do know a little bit about JoJo's, and I'd even be interested in like maybe doing some scaling as like dipping my toe in, you know, if you wanted for your channel. I wouldn't be upset with like, you know, dipping my toe into it a little bit so I can like get an idea for the raw scaling of it, but yeah. Okay, got captured by the fishman. Provoke him. Look, I'm looking for a woman, you dirty half fish. Damn. Watch it, human. I'll let it slide once, but don't ever call me a half-fish again. We fishmen are evolved humans who've developed the ability to breathe underwater. Our fish-like powers make us superior to you. We can do a lot of things that no human can do. We fishmen are lords of all creatures. A human fighting the fishman is fighting the power of nature itself. I'm sick of your stupid theories of yours, Arlong. Don't be offended, Nami. You're different. You're my talented, surveyor. Ha 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 ha. Trusted me anyway. Okay, so he fell down. So he punches him. Let me should do that. You found him. Okay. Yeah, I think he fled Kokoyashi Village. JoJo's Peak. Make the Grand Line great again. Zoro probably. Make the Grand Line great again. Make the East Blue great again. What are we talking about? Holy shit. Speech to text was up that whole time. It basically wrote everything I said. Holy shit. Huh? Let's, fish. Okay. Sorry. Okay, hot take, but part 5 sucks. You think part 5 sucks? You know what? I'll give you this. I didn't like part 5 as much as I thought I would. I think part 7's my favorite. I would probably put it as part 7, part 3, and as much as I wouldn't want to say part 3 in the top, but yeah, part 3. Part 7, actually no, part 7, part 2, part 3, part 5, then part 4, part 6, part 4, part 1. Damn, Golden Wind was low-key peak. I don't think any part of JoJo sucks, really. I don't think they suck, but I definitely would argue... I definitely would argue that, like, some of them are a bit below par compared to some of the others. Part 5 is the best because it's in Italy. Yeah, that's a fair one. You don't like Stone Ocean? I like Stone Ocean, I just don't know if I like it as much as... Hold on. It's part 7. For me, it would be, yeah, part 7, part 2, part 3, part 5. I would say part 5, part 6, part 4, part 2. Yeah. Part 1. Why did it come with a heart? I like Stone Ocean. I don't think any part's bad. I do like Stone Ocean. I don't know. Parts about Stone Ocean just kind of felt like they were going in, like, the craziest direction, especially after they leave the prison. Like, I got the whole prison aspect of it, but then once we reach, like, post-prison arc, I'm just like, dude, what the fuck, man? Like, it just feels like some of the abilities are just whatever you can find to get to Pucci doing the thing that he needs to do, and it kind of started to piss me off. Oh, I didn't like I didn't finish part 8. Part 8 is the one part I could not finish. It's probably the worst so far. 1 second. I'll be back. I'm gonna go get some napkins. I'm gonna go get another glass of water. Then we'll continue with the work. Don't start caring about me now. Blew my mind with the shit it had going on. Like, what the fuck? It's raining frogs because of weather report. I'm sorry, but some of the renames of the JoJo cast of the stand, some of their renames I really fucking hated. Like, Golden Wind does not sound as good as Gold Experience. I'm sorry. There's something about the way that they're named that, like, really is genuine peak. I think JoJo's one of the most consistent anime for someone to enjoy. I think everything about all the parts are just peak in its own way. They're definitely peak in its own ways. In our debates, you brought up the SPS, but never mentioned how Oda talks about Devil Fruit users' parts are affected by their powers. He's thorough. Which part are you referencing? Is there an SPS that I missed? I can definitely talk about it. You brought up the SPS, but never mentioned how Oda often talks about how Devil Fruit users' parts are affected by their powers. Their parts? You mean like their body parts? Yeah, technically speaking, Luffy's penis does stretch, and you can technically chop off Buggy's penis as well. I don't know what you mean though. Oh, yeah. I like part 8, even if it fails, even if it falls off towards the end. I couldn't get past part 8 after a certain point. I couldn't get past it. I was just like, I just not for me. I think JoJo's, okay, yeah, I already read that. Part 1 has to be the worst. I mean, it was like a 7 out of 10, but for JoJo standards, it wasn't that great. Part 1 is like yeah, it's like a 7 out of 10, but I would probably say it's like a 6 or a 5 out of like the rest of JoJo's. Part 2, I would probably argue that like it does raise up the quality in that aspect, and I would say it is closer to like a 7. It's like a 7 or an 8. Part 3 is just a straight up 9. Part 3 to me is like a straight up 8 or 9. Like, I don't know how one could argue that part 3 isn't probably some of the best writing in JoJo's. And then you go to like part 4, and I would say it's about a 7. It's not bad. It's actually above average, but it didn't hit as hard for me as part 3. But I guess you could also argue it's because it's more concentrated within the town that they live in. It's more localized. But once you get to part 5, it feels like part 5, I feel like the issue of part 5 is that, like, the plot feels a little loose, right? Because they're trying to find the name of the boss, but it felt like there wasn't enough of a reason for me, at least, to try and go out of my way to realize, yo, why are they, like, really going out of their way to, like, find the boss? Why is the boss going this hard to not be caught? You know what I mean? I feel like there could have been maybe a bit more expansion on that end. But then you have part 6, which I think is very strong from I think part 6 is like where Araki really centers around the idea of like writing fights that are primarily based on battle IQ, right? Where a character, even with a weaker stand, could defeat some of the more powerful stands by simply outplaying their opponent and thinking 3 steps ahead of their opponent's 10 steps, right? I think it'll be pretty good on that. I think it is pretty good on that aspect. I just didn't like how Poochie kind of just fell into the exact coordinates he needed in order for, like, you know, him to reach his goal. It felt like, at least to me, everything kind of fell in Poochie's lap. And I didn't like Dio's reimagining with Araki's evolving art style. Part 7, I think, is probably the most consistent since it's its own story through and through, and it does kind of fall a little bit into part 8, but it's fine. I couldn't get through part 8 though. My biggest qualms with JoJo is that they are one-ofs as crazy as it seemed. Yeah, each JoJo part is closer to a one-off, with the sole exception being Jotaro, who essentially shows up in multiple parts, with it being 3, 4, technically 5, but not really, and then 6. Didn't Poochie actively seek out the coordinates and later use his powers in a really good way to reach them before the time he was using on his head? I don't know. It felt like it was just all falling in his direction too well, dude. Because wasn't there like a whole scene where, like, just before he was able to get to Cape Canaveral, right, when he didn't have his powers, he was there with, like, Weather Report or whatever, and that's, like, around the point where he, like, lost his shit or something. It was, like, something specific that happened to, like, Weather Report that, like, prevented Poochie from losing right then and there. It was, like, super hyper specific. Oh, so I feel like more could have been done with the children of Dio. I feel like more could have been done with his kids. Didn't it makes sense why Diavolo would want his idea to be kept a secret? You saw how many people wanted him dead. Yeah, but also nobody knew who the fuck he was because he was essentially just the other guy. He was a split personality. Like, nobody thought that the kid himself was the problem, or was what's his face, was the boss. You have to keep aware that Madara is a planner himself. Oh, Jesus, we have one of these people. Planner himself, he can direct a way to get one on Kaido, and that's why he's always known for his power and his intelligence. Okay, so you tell me, how does EMS Madara, or any of the other versions of Madara, how do any of them hurt Kaido? How about this? Give me a jutsu that Madara has that you know for a fact could hurt Kaido. He did plan for it for a long time, so it's not crazy for him to figure out how fast forward the acquisition of Made in Heaven. Well, he planned for it, but he wouldn't know how to exactly to obtain the acquisitions of Made in Heaven because he had to take all the information first from Jotaro, right? That was the whole case. Weather Report losing was just destiny, I guess. I don't remember. It felt like bullshit. I'm sorry. Weather Report should have killed Poochie. Weather Report should have killed him. I will stand by that 10 times out of 10. That's one of those cases where I'm like, this really does feel like, at least in my opinion, like the author really just probably backed themselves up into a corner, needed whatever reason to get the villain to succeed. Wanted to kill his own daughter to conceal his identity. He did want to kill his own daughter, which was also crazy. Which, I mean, I don't know. I wish Trish was used more. I wish Trish was also used quite a bit more. I felt like once she got her stand abilities, it would have been interesting to see her, like, do a couple more things, but it ended up just evolving into, like, them trying to reach the arrow, you know? I don't know. And also, I didn't like the way the Narancia went. Like, the more I think about it, yeah, I'm becoming less and less of a fan of JoJo. I'm sure that there's a reason we can find the narrative because not really my most cherished find, so I don't really care. I mean, it's fine, right? Like, every single series out there is going to have something that maybe doesn't mesh well with its audience or people just don't like. And you know what? That's fine, right? Like, I'm not here to say that JoJo's Part 5 or JoJo's Part 6 or whatever are entirely destroyed or are terrible simply because they have one fight that might have seemed like a little bit too much of an ass pull. That's not what I'm saying, right? You could probably find a narrative reason, or you can probably find something within the context of the story that probably says, oh, Eon, you probably missed that confirms, and I could be like, okay, you know what, sure, I might not still like it, but at least I can understand the reasoning behind it. But I feel like it's just those cases of, again, every single thing, no matter how perfect one thinks it is, does have some flaw to it that somebody can call out, and I think it's fine, right? People really like Risotto versus Doppio, but the final fight negs that one, in my opinion. The fight between Risotto and Doppio, bro, was so uncomfortable to watch just because he was literally having needles, like actual metal iron needles, like literally pop right out of his skin, and it was his blood. He was losing so much iron from his blood that it was literally turning fucking yellow. Like, that shit was fucking insane. That I do think is one of Araki's best written fights. I do think it's probably on the better end of, like, Araki's fights. Do you think Kizaru's lasers or Kaido's magma punch could make holes in Kaido? Absolutely not. I don't think they could. I really do not believe that they could. Unless they're charged up with Advanced Conqueror's Haki or... Sorry, not Advanced Conquerors. Unless they're charged up with Conqueror's Haki. I think that if Kizaru tried to kick Kaido, he could probably send Kaido flying back. I'm not going to sit here and deny that Kizaru likely doesn't have at least the weight to, like, send Kaido flying back, but I don't think he'll deal that much damage to him. I really do not. No Advanced Conqueror's Haki means it's literally an uphill battle. And Kaido should, unless you think that Akainu's magma is hotter than the giant flame dragon Bagua that Kaido made, I think that he should be fine in terms of Akainu as well. The biggest thing you need to know about JoJo's is that it needs to be kept at a surface level. You think too deep about it, it will spoil the memory. That is true. But that's the thing with a lot of series. Jesus Christ, Mountain Level Kaido just was unsheathed, can sever through mountain tops with ease, and it can cut through Kaido's scales, the Susanoo amp, the wood release, and the meteors. Why would slashing through two mountaintops scale Madara beyond Continental? Let me show you something. Luffy gets one shot by Kaido. Let me show you something really funny. So you're telling me that Madara's perfect Susanoo, is somehow stronger than this punch, right? You're telling me that splitting two mountaintops is stronger than this version of Luffy, right? That is powerful enough to split a continent of ice, more than powerful enough to split a continent of ice that is tougher than metal. You're telling me that Madara's perfect Susanoo is hurting Kaido when this fucking punch quite literally could not do it. You're telling me that he can hurt Luffy. Sorry, he can hurt Kaido when Luffy's beyond continental punch didn't even leave a scratch on his face. When I say that if Madara pulled out the perfect Susanoo and tried to swing the blade directly at Kaido, Kaido's base Thunder Bagua would literally smash right through the Susanoo's blade and probably kill Madara. Yeah, not even remotely close. Did not take damage from it, by the way. Kizaru downplays Zero. I'm not downplaying him. I'm saying, why should I believe that Kizaru can hurt Kaido with his light beams? Just the lasers, not his kicks or any fight. I don't think that the lasers can hurt him then. Unless you think that unless you think that Kizaru's armament haki is so far higher than Luffy's that it makes up the difference of his advanced conqueror's haki, I don't think it's possible. Tsunade broke the Susanoo. How much more durable is the perfect Susanoo? I don't know. I don't know. It's powerful. It's durable enough to tank a tailed beast bomb from Kurama. It's powerful enough to tank a tailed beast bomb that's probably like 10 times stronger than a mountain level tailed beast bomb. If you think Kurama at full power is 10 times stronger than all the other tailed beasts. It's about that powerful. Maybe 20 times if you think Kurama losing half of his chakra made him a quarter weaker. Maybe 20 times more powerful. 20 times mountain level is still not continental. You think Kaido would just do that, what Sanji did with his Kanabo? What Sanji did with his Kanabo? What are you talking about? I reckon at least 4 to 5 times. What do you mean what Sanji did with his Kanabo? I don't know what you mean. Oh! Oh! I know what you mean. It's when Sanji split the beam of light with his kick. I don't know. Sanji says it's because of his love or whatever, but you can probably argue that Kaido can probably do that if it's just raw. If you think it was just raw strength and haki, then probably. Yeah. I know what you mean now. Yeah, probably. The feet of Shinja and Luffy both operate on kinetic energy at a weak point. They need to hit the right spot for the... Who says they need to hit the right spot? Where does it say you need to use monumental force in a specific location? He just says focus in monumental amounts of force directed to a single point. You know what? Since I'm already here, let me just pull up the other statement as well. Let's just pull up the other statement as well. Like, not a very good argument. Not a very good counter-argument, if I have to be honest with you. To take place, Mother doesn't really need this on the other hand. Yeah, focus monumental force directed at a single point. Correct. That means they're manipulating their area of effect. Not this one. Yes. Requires cracking it, requires monumental force directed at a single point. Nowhere does it say that it's on a weak point. Where on panel does it say that it's on a weak point? Half time right now, so also you gotta say steel. Metal is a class of substance. Steel is up to 10 times stronger than iron, making the continent even more durable. I don't want to say steel, and the reason why I say metal and I don't say steel is because I don't want to make an argument that these pickaxes are made out of steel or iron. I don't want to say that they are. I don't have that information. I don't want to say that, so I just say that it's just a metal. I know that metal technically makes it seem less impressive by quite a bit margin, but I don't want to make an overgeneralized statement that could be simply countered by, oh hey, but are you sure that it's actual steel? No, I can't argue that it's actual steel, so instead I will say tougher than metal. Madara's intelligence and saving from being splashed like a pancake to Kaido. Guys, I'm thinking of making a video on JoJo's, Baki, or Record of Ragnarok sometime in the future. Like, they are so similar, ridiculous, and outrageous in every fight thing. And, I would say make what makes you happiest first, guys. But I would also say if what can help out your channel in this case, especially, I feel like you're actually coming up in views to me, right? So I'd say what can actually help you is also just put out more consistent content. Whichever of these series you feel like you can read through the quickest, or you can like make more of a generalized argument around without having to like cross-reference a whole bunch of things, I would say it's completely fair. I'd say it's completely fine if you do something like maybe Record of Ragnarok, if you really like it that much, because Record of Ragnarok or even Baki, I feel like you can make arguments... well, actually, no. For Record of Ragnarok specifically, you can make arguments based on the actual fights themselves, right? Since each fight is its own consolidated scaling or whatever, right? But when it comes to series like Baki or JoJo's, I feel like there's a bunch more information that you have to kind of like look into as far as like those series as a whole, because like if you want to say that Baki is really strong, let's say like Baki from Baki Hanma, you want to talk about that version of haki, you might have to like basically make up some or read up some of the earlier series to get like a baseline for what Baki should be capable of. I could say iron. I know I could say iron, but I don't know if I could. If somebody could always argue, well, who says that their pickaxes are made out of iron? You know, I don't know. Maybe I'll word it around. Why was Chinjiao making such a big deal about at the weak point in the ice in general, a monumental spot? This is in physics. No, it's not. Let me show you something really funny. You see this? You see this right here? When enormous power is directed at one point, it doesn't cause extra damage. Just think of my kicks as bullets from a rifle, only a lot bigger. There are no cracks around the hole. Don Chinjiao specifically only opens up the continent to have it as open. Also, pardon my English would be bad to you. I'm native. If my English would be bad to you, I'm native. You're fine. I don't really care if your English is bad or not. That doesn't add or take away from your arguments. But my point here is he's not talking about a specific weak point. What he's talking about is something that Oda brings up earlier. Oda brings up earlier in the story, and it's that One Piece characters have a capacity to, again, direct enormous power to a single point. It's not, your entire interpretation comes from the idea that Don Chinjiao is splitting a specific weak point. He's targeting a weak point in the ice that allows it to be split more easily. That is not what he's saying. What he's saying is that in order to split it, you have to focus all of your force into a single point. Where that single point is, it doesn't matter. And this statement right here further helps emphasize that. Search pickaxes material from Pirate Ages. Pickaxe material. Pickaxes, normal pickaxe. Pickaxes are composed of a heavy striking point and a long head. To withstand heavy impact and resist bending or breaking, the head is made of a more durable metals, including carbon steel or alloy steel, manganese steel, often used for heavy-duty commercial or mining pickaxes because it work hardens upon impact. Stainless steel is sometimes used for lightweight or gardening pickaxes to prevent rust and corrosion. Okay. So in general, pickaxes are designed to have higher composition metals. Yeah, so high carbon steel, manganese steels, while these handles is high carbon steel tougher than iron. It is generally harder and stronger than pure iron, but it is less tough. While high carbon steel resists wear and holds a sharp edge well, it lowers ductility. Its lower ductility makes it more brittle and prone to snapping under sudden impact. Pure iron is soft, malleable, and not very strong, as the items can easily slip past each other. Okay. Highball to netherite pickaxe and be done with it. Not really individual videos, just more of on a singular video talking about how crazy they are. As per they are all about hyperboles and ridiculousness. Oh yeah. Then which I would say whichever of the series is just quicker to make a whole topic on. Whichever series you feel like you can like cross-reference less, you know what I mean? Then by that logic, would you agree that Naruto characters do the same force directed at one point, the third Hokage stab, Chidori Rasengan, then they can destroy the continent, but they focus? No, absolutely not. I will agree with it with certain abilities in jutsu, like the Raikage, like the third Raikage's finger stab, like Chidori, maybe Rasengan, but not really, because Rasengan is a metric ton of focus of contact points. But in general, maybe the Tsunade super strength kick, but that's because those are emphasized. I would not even remotely agree with with logic like that for, let's say, a water dragon jutsu. I would not argue that kind of logic for a fireball jutsu, and I certainly wouldn't argue that kind of logic for Kirin, right? It depends on the jutsu. I'm not going to sit here and entertain the idea that every single jutsu in Naruto just focuses all of its power into a single point. That's not even remotely implied throughout the story. Like a tailed beast bomb isn't just focused into a single point. It's not just a singular explosion that only blows up and only damages things to a single extent. That's not how that works either, right? So, with that being said, yeah, no, why would I even remotely entertain the idea that Madara, a Raikage stab, a Chidori, or a Rasengan could destroy the continent? Why would I even remotely entertain that? What forces me to say that what forces me? What makes me say, yes, you are objectively right, they can split a continent of ice? What is All Might's AP? I have no fucking clue, dude. What is an angel? The most disturbing movie monster I've seen is not actually a monster. Okay. Ben Shapiro is crashing out over losing influence and relevancy. Well, good for him. God damn, 3.4K watchers. We'll get there someday, guys. We will surely get there. Rabbit, how to surreptitiously stretch within reach of kiss. That's so fucking funny. Bro really said, I'm stretching as much as I can so you can kiss me, but I'm not actually going to go out of my way to do it. Okay. All Might's AP is continental. Okay, whatever. I don't really care about my hero that much. The Ninetales attack was seen from a continent. Why shouldn't the top tiers that are above Kurama not have all their hits and AP being equal to the Biju? Because why would that be the case? What makes that objectively true? What do you mean can be seen from a continent? So, an attack being seen from a continent means that it has continental attack potency. It means it can just wipe out a continent? No, it does not. It does not have a statement. It does not have a feat to back it up. As a matter of fact, let me show you something funny. Let me show you something really fucking funny. Let me show you something so funny that I'm sure you will absolutely both laugh, both hee-hee and ha-ha. I'll show you the funniest thing you'll ever see as a Naruto scaler. Alright, so, let me show you something. Right here, this is the map of the 4th Great Ninja War. This is where the enemy's hidden territory is at. This right here is the area where Naruto and the others fought against the Ten Tails. This right here, the Shimo Frost region. So the entire last portion of the war took place in this patch of land right here. And you want to know something about the fucking Ten Tails? You want to know something super funny and interesting about the Ten Tails? That, you know, besides the fact that the Ten Tails doesn't have a statement that says it can destroy the continent, and besides the fact that the Ten Tails doesn't have a statement that says it can wipe out the country, the Ten Tails doesn't even blow up, right here's the image, right here, the Ten Tails doesn't even blow up one of the smallest countries in the world. Even if you think that it's this area right here, the explosion doesn't even cover a vast majority of this patch of land. The most you could say right here is that it creates like a big circle right here in this patch of land. And mind you, this is how big the Land of Fire is, mind you. This is how big the Land of Fire is. This is how big the Land of Sand is. This is probably the second smallest, this being the smallest. This is probably the second smallest patch of land here, and this explosion doesn't even cover the entirety of it. So, yeah, I don't have a reason to even remotely say that Kurama, who's weaker than the Ten Tails, has an explosion that can be seen from a continent. No, it can be seen from the country. It's an explosion that could be seen as a very big explosion in the country, not the continent. Is he using the Mushroom Clown to be continental? I don't know. YouTuber Salad saying has a vid scaling Prime All Might to moon level, but I don't know how good the scaling is. Wouldn't the picture out of the destruction just contain all of the other lands combined because it's supposed to be big? No. Who says that? Under what line of logic? I don't see the patch of lands here. I don't see other larger patches of nations. I don't even see the hidden land of sand. I don't even see the if it were that big, you could probably even fucking see the. Let me see. Let me look at the map again. If it were that big, you would see a massive country full of forests. All I see is mountains. Because the hidden leaf is the entire Land of Fire is covered in trees. Predominantly covered in trees. I don't even remotely see any trees in this image besides this small forest right here, here, and here. So yeah, no. Compressed chakra directly to compared to the Rasengan. Yeah, and that compressed chakra. Okay, yeah, and that compressed chakra doesn't just deal damage at a single point. They focus chakra, yes. They don't explode and only deal damage at a small area or a small explosion. So yeah, have fun arguing that Kurama or any of them are continental when the Ten Tails doesn't even scale to country level, to large country, or whatever the fuck kind of arbitrary metric for country you want to argue. By the way, yo guys, who do you think would win in a fight? Guys, just because this might be really funny, just because this might be really, really, really funny, let me ask you guys a question. You guys can bring up whatever arguments you want. You know what? I'll even be in chat right here. If you guys wanna give me any kind of arguments, you guys are more than welcome to. Who do you guys think wins in a fight? Let me pull it up real quick for you guys. Where are my profiles? Where are my profiles? Profiles. There we go. Naruto. I don't have Kurama. Sure, fuck it. We'll just use that. Who do you think wins in a fight? Ragnar or Kurama? Who do you guys think wins in a fight? Ragnar or Kurama? Just think of the actual Nine-Tailed Fox, not this version. But yeah, the Nine-Tailed Fox or Ragnar the Giant Squirrel. Ragnar unironically negs. Dude, I'm gonna be so honest with you. After Emu blasted, I went through those chapters again. After Emu and everybody started blasting Ragnar's fucking... 2 minutes behind, it's an AP thing. Ragnar versus Kurama. The cute squirrel. The big scary fox. Who do you guys think wins in a fight? If not even fucking Emu can break Ragnar's ice, Kurama ain't doing shit. No amount of tailed beast bombs can break that ice. I agree. Didn't Kurama say he could turn the world to ash? You're comparing him to a little squirrel. I'm actually comparing him to a squirrel that is actually much larger than Kurama. I'm actually comparing him to a squirrel that would unironically tower over the full size of Kurama. And no, Kurama never said he could turn the world to ash. You're thinking of a data book statement, which is actually just a hype up title. It's not even a full actual like statement. It's a literal title sequence that they use to hype up the character, and turn the world to ash does not literally mean he can one-shot the planet. You should have put Swiper, no swiping for the Ninetales. Swiper. Oh wait, I got an idea. Let's do a split screen. And then let's do this one. Yeah. Who wins? Databook statement versus literal visual and in-story evidence. Can be seen from acres of land? Okay, where are the acres of land? How many acres? Show me the chapter. Give me a piece of evidence. Even the strongest character in all of One Piece, currently, Emu, cannot break Ragnar's ice. He would also be bigger than Kurama by quite a bit margin. Yeah. Don't know why people choose one but not the other. Whitebeard can destroy the world. Don't know. Whitebeard can destroy the world, can turn the world to ash, because one of them is a data book statement while the other one is literally given by one of the most, arguably one of the most knowledgeable characters as far as the series goes. Yeah, that is a data book title claim. If we go for that, then a lot of data book statements as true, like the Ambu being lightspeed despite never showing it. Actual request this idea to another server in Cord. I might actually make a video on this. Fuck it. If you accept one, you should accept both. You don't have to accept both. I 100% disagree with that. You don't have to accept both. One of them quite literally states he has the power to destroy the world. The other one states he has the power to turn the world to ash. The power to turn the world to ash could also literally mean life wipe the surface of the planet. I 100% disagree. Why must I try to argue that Kurama is overall just bigger when whatever is being shown? Simple. Because Kurama is about the same size as Kurama is about the same size as all the other tailed beasts, one of which is about the same size as Gamabunta, who's only 17 meters tall. That's why. Kurama would unironically be smaller. Where the fuck is it? When does Madara get his powers? That's 8 gates. When does he rip it out? Ah, right here. Yeah. Kurama's about the same size as all of the other tailed beasts, and the tailed beasts are about as large as Gamabunta, who's only 17 meters tall. Ragnar is about as large as Loki. Ragnar, even at half the size of Loki. Let me actually just pull it up. One Piece, no color. And it would be what, like 80, 80? 82? It would be like right here. Yeah, he's almost, I would say at least probably what, half as tall as Loki at somewhere around 60 meters. But the squirrel wouldn't be any bigger though. This is a joke. It's not a joke. The squirrel is massive. As a matter of fact, when does Loki show up? Yeah. These right here are giants. The giants are as large as tailed beasts, and this white plump right here is Luffy. This white plop right here is actually Luffy. The giants are approximately anywhere. The giants are approximately anywhere around 16 specifically to 22 meters tall to maybe 24 meters tall. But going off of a baseline, they would be larger. Specifically her, she would be larger, or at least as large as the tailed beasts. And here is Luffy, and here is it being able to stand at a much larger range than any of those giants in comparison. If these guys, actually, where are they? Kuriri, Yeah. Was there any indication Luffy said the attack in terms of going... Any indication Luffy said the attack name of going giant? What do you mean he has to say the attack name of him going giant? He literally made himself larger than multiple fucking giants. He doesn't have to say it. He just gets bigger. By the way, this guy right here is larger than mountains at the bottom of the island. These guys right here are larger than mountains on the bottom of the island. Specifically the Draugr right here. These houses, by the way, these houses right here, they're large enough to house tailed beasts. These houses are specifically designed for giants about the same size as tailed beasts. It would be hilarious if Ragnar had the same VA as Jotaro or Erwin. That would be really funny. Why'd he say it for Kaido? Then it looks pretty inconsistent. What do you mean? Does Luffy have to say an attack every single time? He doesn't have to. He became a giant against Kaido. Did he say it against Kizaru? Do I have to bring up Luffy versus Kizaru? What inconsistency? What mental gymnastics do you need now? When does Luffy say it right here? When does Luffy say Gum Gum Giant right here? Tell me where on the screen it says Luffy saying Gum Gum Giant. He just says this again? Oh look, it's almost as if Luffy can just get bigger by just simply getting bigger. He was a giant already riding on Luffy. Giants are on top of him, so he should obviously be bigger than them. 2 chapters ago, Luffy did a pistol punch and he never named it. Just fucking obvious it's a pistol punch, yeah. I want Ragnar's VA to be Madara. That would be so fucking funny. They just give, like, Madara's voice actor, like, a really high-end, high-pitched voice. That'd be really funny. I don't think there's anyone in Naruto that Ragnar can't practically one-shot. You could unironically argue that the one character that can get out of it is probably, like, Kaguya and maybe Obito if they just phase through it. If she can, like, make a portal inside of it. Yeah, apparently Ragnar might be light blue, which is nice, I will say. Also, Ragnar would be about the same size as Loki's other hammer, which would be probably about, like, half his size. Anyway, yeah. Yeah. Anyway, back to what I was doing before. Yeah. The giant island-sized fucking Loki, and he has a squirrel and a giant Luffy right here as well. This is too weird, man. It's not weird. The problem is, you're not a One Piece fan. You don't read or watch One Piece, so when you actually get presented with feats and statements that can give you, with feats, statements, etc., or scaling that completely overshadows anything you would ever see in Naruto, you think it's weird because you have been led to believe, or you probably just like Naruto more, and therefore you've been led to believe that, A, it's supposed to be stronger when in fact it's really not. You're more than welcome to continue to believe that. I'm not going to tell you you're wrong or that blah, 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 because at the end of the day, it's all opinions. But, like, if you just don't like One Piece, you're likely to find this to be an issue. You're likely going to find this as some form of an issue. And you know what? That's completely fine, but that doesn't mean that I have to sit here and even remotely entertain the idea that Naruto is a stronger verse. Like, Ragnar literally froze this guy in a block of ice that's about as big as Loki, who is bigger than the Thousand Sunny at 56 meters tall, which would be over 20 meters larger than Kurama at its best, if you give him twice the size. There's a full-ass 20-meter fox in Naruto. Try explaining that to a non-Naruto fan. Sty made a video on the size in One Piece. The Sword and Herald is longer than the tailed beasts are tall. Yeah, probably. It's just not close. What do you want me to tell you? Like, here's a character literally showing up and bringing life to everything and everyone around him. Here's a Imu with, like, a stronger, better version of Amaterasu. Oh, and as for Luffy's, what do we call it again? Luffy's, battle IQ? He saw the move hit Loki once and immediately knew to react to it and get it out of him as quickly as possible. This is why there's more perspective, destructive shots for Naruto. It shows to be way bigger than what you're showing on the panels. Look flat? What do you mean it looks bigger? What are you talking about it looks bigger? Because there's nothing in Naruto. There's essentially no feat in Naruto that you can show me that's more impressive than a guy splitting a continent of ice in half that is tougher than metal in half. There's no feat that you can show me that's more impressive. I don't care about size. You care about size. I care about what the scale of it actually devolves into. Because a big explosion that doesn't even one-shot a country and just for a fun fact, just to show you something very, very funny. Skypea. Yeah. This attack right here would blow up, would actually probably do more damage. This attack over here would probably be more damaging than even the 10 Tails Tailed Beast Bombs. What, the explosion with Naruto and Sasuke? Okay, so you tell me how big this explosion is. How big is it? How big is this explosion? Tell me. How many miles? How many kilometers is this explosion? Where is it stated? Give me the canon statement for this explosion. Kishimoto draws perspective shots. That is it. Kishimoto draws perspective shots. And many of those perspective shots are unironically a lot smaller in true scale than anything you could probably argue. I'll give you an example. You'll probably be like, no, they're not, Eon. Kishimoto is a perfect artist, right? Kishimoto must know exactly how to draw something in such a way where it must be completely perfect. Oh, look at this. Look at the 2 meteors Madara dropped. What if I told you that I can unironically tell you that this meteor right here is, in fact, smaller? What if I told you that this meteor is, in fact, likely smaller than, Where is it? 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 Oh yeah, this block of ice right here. What if I told you that this meteor is likely smaller than this block of ice? What if I told you that? What if I told you? No, size doesn't matter. Don't put AOT above Naruto. It doesn't add up. It's impressive blast, yet seems to cover only the valley of the end. Interesting. Great googly moogly. Look at how big this meteor is in comparison to this one. Did you know that I could unironically make the argument that this large iceberg is larger than this meteor? Because I can. Kurama could be 17 to 20 or even 200 meters tall, still smaller than than the continent that fodder characters in One Piece can split. Size doesn't matter though. Oh, so size doesn't matter now? So why does it matter if Ragnar is bigger than Kurama? What does it matter if Ragnar can... according to you then, what does it matter if Ragnar just freezes Kurama in a giant block of ice that he likely couldn't be able to blast off? It's not about the size, it's how you use it. I agree with you. It's about how you use it. And this guy right here, this ugly bastard right here named Jozu, this guy that is not very flattering in terms of appearance, at least in my opinion, literally grabbed and threw, literally chucked a block of ice. He literally grabbed a block of ice and chucked it, a block of ice that is likely larger than Madara's meteor. What do you mean, Josu's a Chad? Yeah, he's a Chad. Sure, he's a Chad. Look at the jawline. He's got the Giga Chad jawline. And he's got his little cornrows too. Yeah. Oh, and look at that. Akainu one-shot the giant iceberg that's larger than the meteor that was launched at the Shinobi Alliance that people had to run away for because a second meteor dropped. Like, yeah. Are so bad. Same for Bleach. Choji was calced at 700 meters while Kuraba was 200 meters. Komamura's Bankai was calced at 100 meters. None of it makes sense, yeah. Yeah, none of it does. Jozu can legit just catch Madara's meteor. Yeah. I could unironically argue, do we know if Josu's still alive after the remnants of the war? I don't think so. I don't think we know whether or not. He should be, probably, right? Should be? Probably. Maybe. But anyway, yeah. If Madara dropped this meteor, I could unironically argue that Jozu can just grab it and just chuck it at him. Bring up the Admiral who literally brings down a meteor and show Dofi cutting them. We're already in. We can just bring up Dressrosa. It really just is that simple. Let's see. Ho ho. Okay, so they fight right there. No, he's blasting Law. He's blasting Law. That's when they try to, like, get away, right? Oh, no! Do I not have it? Oh, no. Ah, here we go. Oh, look at that. They just dropped a giant meteor. And Trafalgar Law, by the way, can make rooms larger than fucking mountains. For context, I think I'm gonna go back to people who actually know what I mean, because they at least understand the scaling way better than here. It gets so unfair, not gonna lie. What makes it unfair, though? Can you explain to me what makes it unfair? Because last time I checked, everything I gave you was essentially something I can back up with pieces of evidence. If you want me to show you why Gamma Bunta is only 17 meters tall and why the tailed beasts only scale to that size, I can show you it 100%. If you need me to show you why I say that the meteor Madara dropped is smaller than the meteor Jozu threw, I can 100,000% do that for you. If you're just gonna sit here and say that they win because I like them more, because it just doesn't make sense, you're more than welcome to believe that. But did you know that this massive hole was created by the characters literally bringing down a meteor themselves and destroying it rather than resorting to using a jutsu to lighten the meteor, a bunch of sand, a desert's worth of sand to try and slow down the meteor, and then for them to still completely fail. Meanwhile, these guys quite literally held the ground that stood before them. So, you tell me, Onoki is really going to stop a giant meteor that... By the way, before you say, yeah, Onoki could have stopped the meteor if he wanted to, no, he couldn't, because even with Tsunade's chakra, right? Even with Tsunade's chakra, the biggest he was able to make a particle-style jutsu was smaller than the meteor that Madara... Here, right here. This is the meteor right here. This is smaller, less than half the size of the perfect Susanoo. So again, you can go and believe whatever you want to believe. Big feats makes my head hurt. I'll debate you on any One Piece versus Naruto matchup 1v1. I'm not gonna lie, that's an aura panel? Yeah, that's an aura panel. I will say, this is always gonna be an aura panel for me. Madara standing right there with the perfect Susanoo, I think that's pretty fucking cool. Oh, wait. You meant the three of them standing in the pillars. My bad. I'm crying. Yeah. Just standing there. Imagine somebody drops a meteor at you. I mean, the size of the meteor is not what's impressive. It's impressive because an earthquake caused by the landing and being felt by the intel guys. Juby murked. Sure. Sure. If you think that makes it impressive, you're more than welcome to. If you have a problem with the scaling, bring up proof that disproves. Just say it looks like it, should be stronger, doesn't make it. Yeah, this one was from space, too. Okay, so, Arlong. Any more questions you guys have for me, or do we just go back to... the status quo? Do we just go back to yapping it up, slapping it up, shooting it up? Actually, no, don't shoot it up. That's probably really bad. Serving it up, Gary's way, pop. The most important meal of the day. Serving it up, Gary's way, pop. Anyway. Alright, let's go down. Kind of funny that Fujitora could have easily beaten both Law and Dofi if he wanted to. I agree. He was honestly the strongest person on the island. The strongest guy on the island really just said, yo, fuck it. Fuck it. That's not my business. I'm not going to defeat him. The world government does not deserve this kind of support. The world government doesn't deserve me or anyone else trying to protect these people. If they die, they die, and I'm going to make sure that the world government doesn't receive any good press for this. These motherfuckers are clearly doing the bad thing all over again. Yes, Admiral Fujitora, tell us where the government touched you. Alright, yeah, there's something wrong with me. Anyway, fucking Odin. People keep getting this shit wrong as fuck. I personally think he is not Yonko level. Why don't you think Yonko... What do you think Yonko level is... What do you think Yonkos are Odin level, huh, guy? Why are we acting here like maybe the Yonko are actually on Odin's level, huh? Maybe, just maybe, Odin never reached his full potential even at the ripe old age of, like, 45 or however old he fucking was. Kind of funny that Fujitora could have easily... Yeah. That is what irks me about Madara's meteors. They don't even have the velocity of a meteor. Like they just spawned in orbit and fell down very fucking slowly. I mean, I can't tell you how fast they were falling down, but I can definitely tell you that they definitely, you know, are Odin victims. They're Yamato victims, one could say. Reminder, Onoki could only stop the meteor because it's slow-ass molasses. Fujitora's meteors go from outer space to ground level in seconds, even with Toyei's exaggerated reaction panels. Forget the size of Fujitora's meteor. The debris cloud he was about to drop on Luffy was bigger. Yo, that's right. Fuck the meteors. Yo, this is how you know that I really need to give like an actual read through post time skip because like I'm gonna be real with you guys. Most of the scaling that I've been learning to do recently has just been for like pre time skip because I feel like post time skip is just pick and choose. It's just pick and choose whatever feat you want to throw at the series. It doesn't fucking matter. They'll just be bigger. Like fucking Fujitora is out here, unironically, all the rubble of the kingdom is gathering in the air over the eastern port. Like, bro is lifting up the actual infrastructure of an island's fucking cities, bro. Cities. All of the rubble. Everything that was destroyed, including giant-ass fucking Pika. He is lifting it up above him, and he's like, well, I reckon it's the only way, so I took it upon myself to use it. The remains of the battle left behind by those infernal pirates. Bastille, do you still need that backup? Like, she's really sitting here asking, like, yo, I don't think... I don't know if we're gonna need more backup from HQ, because, like, this is kind of ridiculous. Like, this... What the fuck, dude? Like, what are we talking about? Like, listen. I'm all for people having their opinions, right? If you don't like a game, just don't like the game. If you're gonna call out something about One Piece, call out something about One Piece. If you didn't like a manga panel, sure, say the manga panel's ass. But, like, can we please just sit here and not cope with the idea that there is a guy who can quite literally, and what seems to be casually, lift up a giant fucking city above himself, then block an elephant gun from a Luffy that just recovered from a battle against Doflamingo, which means he should have gotten at least 5 times stronger by Doriki standards, and he's blocking the attack and he's still just holding it above him. Here is this guy Luffy fighting it off and he's just casually holding the fucking city above him, not even remotely showing any kind of emotional reaction besides telling him that he doesn't display kindly to the pity. Like, Blow really blew out one of the borders of the island. This is a border of the island. Bro is literally blowing out one of the large border hills of the island by just attacking Luffy, dude. Come on, man. At some point, it just gets to that point where I'm just like, bro. And you know what's crazy? People think he's weaker than the other admirals. You ask the average One Piece fan, and you know what they'll tell you? Yeah, they're probably weaker than the new admirals, Fujitora and Ryokugyu, or what the fuck, Green Bull. Fujitora and Green Bull. You'll sit here and have people literally tell you, yo, these guys, yeah, they're definitely the two weaker admirals. They are the weaker end of the admiral scaling. Like, these guys really aren't anything that crazy in comparison to the other two. Oh yeah, the Yonko would have no problems with Fujitora or Green Bull. Well, when we get to Akainu, Kizaru, or Aokiji, oh yeah, no, they're a problem, right? In fact, I think I'll just make a most glazed tier list video. Honestly, yo, if you want me to hop into that glazed tier list, bro, we could honestly like just upload some shit for your channel. I would not mind going on a rant about how people glaze all of these characters. Shit, that would be so awesome. We could throw in Yujiro Hanma from Baki. We could throw in Aizen. We could throw in so many fucking series. That would be so fun. Tell me your thoughts on people trying to scale Kaguya to 5-dimensional because they say that she has to be on a 5th-dimensional plane to move around a 4th-dimensional dimensions when she changes the landscape. Yeah. Instead of actually just swapping dimensions, yeah, no, she has to uptake to like a two higher dimensions. She has to be above time and space itself, even though there are jutsu that literally just teleport people to and from locations. But because she brings the location to a place because of a hack's ability, yeah, it's bullshit, bro. I don't know. Mind you, he was casually holding Pika's body, which was probably 300 meters. Probably. I would argue probably bigger, but yeah. Bro says, fuck it. I'll let them go. Bro really said, fuck it, I'll let them go. Kinda mogs the Naruto verse. He would call Naruto weak for relying on a lowly beast, aka Kurama. He would probably walk up to each one of the tailed beasts and ask them, like, yo, he would probably ask each of them, like, yo, he wants to fight, like that giant, what was it, an elephant, or was it a T-Rex? What the fuck did he fight again? He fought like a giant, crazy steroid elephant or some shit. I feel like people genuinely underestimate gravity hacks. People underestimate gravity hacks a ton. The main character to my series literally uses gravity-like abilities, and he also uses repulsion. I kind of realized that I basically used a similar example of like Gojo's convergence and divergence, in all honesty, just to like a much more exaggerated degree. Kage and Yuhabaha, I look at them with a with a side eye. True. You also kind of got to look at them a little weird, because it's like, Kaguya... Listen, I'm not trying to make any allegations here, but under the assumption that the Otsutsuki live for dozens to hundreds of years, like, let's be real here. I don't know how old Kaguya is, but she technically married the king of that kingdom, so it would technically have been, like, a baby by the time she was, like, a couple hundred years old. I'm just saying, Kaguya's a little fucking weird. She is a little weird. We need to start calling out Kaguya for her weird shit, man. She literally walked up to a bunch of humans and she basically had sex with them without them having without giving them the full context, the full consent of like what she was planning on doing on this planet. I think it's kind of crazy, bro. We should all go out of our ways. We should all go out of our way to try and cancel Kaguya. She was out here having sex with people far, far younger than her. I disagree with the things that she's done. These are crimes, people. Wake up to reality. Did you see the latest One Piece chapter? Of course I did. Yeah, we were already a couple of days behind. A couple of days past it. Like, even accepting all that to be true, it would most scale to 40 since 5D dimension is not any significance. Kaguya had Ishiki on death door for millions of years. Like, how? That's what I'm saying, bro. And also, if Ishiki was able to, like, take Jigen... I never understood that, by the way. Where is that energy on Dofi, huh? Dofi? Oh, Dofi's a complete fucking weirdo. I would cancel the fuck out of him too. The guy killed his own fucking father just because he took them out of the celestial dragon. He took them out of Mary Joie. He was mad at his dad for all the shit that had happened to him. Oh no, he 100% deserves to get canceled too. Dofi's a terrible ass human being. I want to cancel so many fucking people. Zabuza was out here probably acting weird with fucking Haku, turning him into a child soldier, deserves to be fucking canceled. You have Alvida literally killing her own men. You have Don Krieg, Alvida, Kuro, all of them killing their own men simply because they couldn't follow orders or they couldn't, like, succeed in doing the thing against the crazy fucking people. Like, dude, all these people deserve to get fucking canceled, but Kaguya? Somebody explain to me how Ishiki lived for millions of years inside of Jigen. Somebody explain to me how he took over Jigen, gave him karma, and then his body was able to just hold off for, like, so many fucking hundreds of thousands of years or whatever, thousands of years or whatever the fuck. Like, somebody explain that shit to me. Why did Zabuza dress Haku as a girl? That's what I'm saying, bro. Like, the only person out of the two of them, the only person that would have probably been getting money out of his missions, out of his mercenary missions, his merc work, was Zabuza, and yet he had Haku out here genuinely walking around with a fucking choker on, bro. With a fucking choker on. Hey, maybe, listen, there's two ways of looking at it, right? Heike blamed Dofi's father. I don't blame Dofi's father at all. He was trying to move past what it meant to be. He was trying to move past what it meant to be, Dofi's father was trying to, like, grow past the idea of, like, becoming a celestial dragon and, like, moving away from it and all that crap. And he wanted to try to be a bigger person, and Doflamingo kind of crashed out of him for such a thing, bro. I disagree wholeheartedly. It wasn't his dad's fault. It wasn't his dad's fault. It's the Celestial Dragon's fault for treating people like shit. And his father who tried to... Bro is out here unironically wearing a fucking choker, bro. I don't know. Listen, I don't think men can't wear chokers, but all I'm saying is a pink kimono, long ass hair like that. Bro's wearing makeup. All I'm saying is Zabuza got this dude dressed up real fucked up. And you know what? I'm going to say it right now. I don't think it was Haku that wanted to dress that way. I'm just saying. Let me stop. I'm really putting in some crazy shit. Was a well-meaning dumbass. 100%. No, you're right. He was a well-meaning dumbass. He thought better of his children. He thought that he could teach his children to be better as they grew up, as they were outside of that celestial dragon habitat. But no, Doflamingo was always rotten to the core from the very start. He went about it the wrong way. He had no plan for his family. No. He was... No, it's not that he had no plan for his family. The plan was to essentially leave that location, to essentially leave Mary Joie and simply live amongst the commoners. The problem was that it was a very naive perspective because it kind of goes to show how detached from reality the celestial dragons are, right? It's one of these things where, like, a lot of people constantly mention it as far as, like, YouTubers go, where it's like, how out of touch could a celestial dragon be, right? Like, when a YouTuber makes so much money that, like, they just start living, like, the lap of luxury and they start to care less and less for, like, you know, this and that, how they, where, like, they act differently from where they started from where they're at now. It's that idea of, like, being out of touch, being detached from reality. And what that causes is a scenario where, like, you think the world is going to treat you a certain way because of who or what or whatever the fuck you think you are. But ultimately, that's not how the world works. People have problems with the celestial dragons because, guess what? They're all pieces of shit. A lot of them are just irredeemable garbage, human filth. So it brings up that kind of a scenario, right? Where his father was well-meaning, but he just was so detached from the reality of the situation that he genuinely couldn't have sat there. Wow, this flick of Nami is... Oh, and she's in a... Yo. Anyway, what was it talking about? Fuck, I lost my train of thought. It's talking about Linus Tactics. Probably... I don't know who Linus Tech Tips are. Let me look that guy up real quick. Linus Tech Tips. The Gideon, you mean, right? Giving him empathy, looking at you, lying ass Kubo. True. What is it? Linus Tech Tips. What's Linus Tech Tips? Probably, I don't know about this guy. I don't know if he has, like, any kind of specific controversy, but yeah, it's sort of like that idea, right? That, like, maybe, like, a person that grows detached from what reality truly is and believes that, you know, again, because they are in the position that they're in, or because they have the, let's say, They're able to move past the issues that exist, that other people are going to follow the same suit, right? It doesn't work that way. That's what people... Was a small YouTuber that lost touch like crazy? Really? I think I saw some controversy with the guy. I think I did, but I'm not exactly sure. Oh, yes! This is a perfect example. This guy essentially bought... Yeah, Linus Tech Tip situation is bad, right? So let's just look at this for a second, right?
That one aircraft that I was like, this is shockingly affordable.
Shockingly
I have
affordable.
breaking news for you. This might be the first time this has ever happened. A popular influencer who once said that they were against something that they likely thought they would never have the opportunity to experience, something that it's the popular opinion to be against, has now completely changed their mind once they realize that...
I can... okay, but let me ask you this. Do you think you should kill your father for that? Do you think that your father deserved to die for doing something that was ultimately well-meaning but very stupid and very out of touch, right? Like, that's the question I think we should ask ourselves, right? So, for context, by the way, for you guys, for this video, this guy, Tech Tips, essentially said...
shockingly affordable.
Essentially said that buying this airplane, being able to afford and get the airplane, was something that was surprisingly affordable, even though it was only $5 fucking million. I can't even yo, I'm gonna be so honest with you guys. As someone who makes like, actually, someone who made $600 like a month or two ago, thanks to you, One Man Comics, really appreciate it. A guy who made like, as a guy who only made like $600 in like the last month or so, like, I can't even remotely comprehend what 1,000 times that value is, let alone 10,000 times that fucking value. You know what I mean? Essentially, he got a bunch of backlash because they essentially went out of the way to see throughout, like, for their YouTube channel, they could, I think, purchase one of these.
you know, nice change of pace.
It was kind of crazy.
Linus
But anyway, I wanted to ask you guys this question, alright? Did Dofi's dad deserve to be killed by his son? Like, that's my thing, right? That's my thing. Yes. No. He deserved something, but not death. He deserved something, but not death. Yeah. Okay. Going into extra time soon. What the hell did I join back into? We're just talking about how, like, out of touch the celestial dragons are in relation to, like, you know, their situation on the world, and we kind of brought up this example right here.
Tech Tips, one of the biggest tech YouTubers on the planet, has recently found himself in a bit of hot water because he bought a private jet. And a lot of his audience is not super happy. Now, if you've been keeping up with Linus,
they would. It's this idea of, like, if you had the position and you had the money, would you not also do the same thing? But at the same time, you kind of realize that, like, there's almost like this cognitive, I would say there's almost like this cognitive separation of people who have money versus people who don't have money, where the people who don't have money will genuinely look at the value of a dollar and say, how far can this dollar get me? How far can these $60 get me? What can I do with this amount? What can I do with the little that I have? Well, people with large quantities of money essentially can think to themselves, I can do this, I can do that, I can do all of it, and honestly, I can do it whenever I want, right? But it kind of creates like this disparity because it's like, when you as an individual, and I think the issue more so comes from the idea of, like, you as an individual who likely didn't have much starting up, who likely had enough to start up his channel and had the luck, the capacity, the eye for content creation that allowed you to reach this point, but you're still sort of like making a video about, like, look at what I was able to buy thanks to all of the money that I made from all of the subscribers that I got, right? Is it something that's inherently evil or can be made money out of? Or is it something that you should be making content on? I mean, it's not necessarily evil, and yes, you can make content on it, but it's the response that it'll bring for a lot of other people, because depending on how you go about it, depending on how you word things, it'll make people realize, like, oh, this guy really just doesn't understand that, like, dude, this isn't something that anyone will ever be able to do, and putting this on a tech video, which, like, yes, it is tech, but also it is tech that literally no one, like if you're going to a channel for tech tips, you're going for stuff that for CPUs, GPUs, you're going things for like PCs, you're going in for things like maybe motherboards or computers, etc. like that. You're not going in there to see or find out what the tech tips are for, let's say, buying a fucking airplane. No one can fucking, like, no reasonable person could do that, right? Homing had a great mindset, but was stupid as fuck, not knowing the true scope of how much celestial dragons were hated. I agree with that. His dad did not deserve to die, but we understand that was Dofi's motivation, how he became who he is. I would say that he would always have become who he is if you had given him enough of a reason, even if he was just a celestial dragon. He might not have gotten his powers, but he would have been an absolute monster regardless. Dofi also killed his dad as a means to get back into the Holy Land, selfish interest. I don't think he deserved to die by Loki. Loki deserved death for being that out of touch. I can't agree with that entirely, but I see where you're coming from. Dofi can say he killed a celestial dragon. Most people in history can't say that. If Dofi had just killed his dad, he would have simply been an emotional child venting on the person who caused him and his family to suffer. The problem is Dofi never stopped killing people. I agree with that. But you can't. But can you blame Dofi though? Like, his mom died in front of him. A child understanding what is happening and what the tool that he currently has in his hand is something that I understand people come from, because it's like they don't realize what they're capable of, or they don't realize what you can do with it. But I do think that Dofi experiencing that violence firsthand and still choosing to go along with it, I do believe that you can blame him for it, right? I do think that this wasn't an accident. This was something that he deliberately did, something that he deliberately held the gun to his father's head. Doflamingo's backstory. Chapter 783. 783. I do think it's something you can wholeheartedly judge him for. Oh. $763. Let's go back. Ah, right here, right? It's like, I understand completely, but it's like nothing was keeping him from just holding the gun down to his father's head. Nothing was stopping him from holding down the gun to his father's head and essentially turning him into who he became. I do blame Dofi for sure, but damn, homing was damn near punishing to be killed. Pushing to be killed. He looked like a guy on a suicide watch. I'm exaggerating, but he's dumb as fuck for real. Yeah. Let's see. Where is the Dofi moment? Do we not see him do the thing? We are humans. We are celestial dragons. Fine, let's just go through it. It's a celestial dragon family. Former dragons. The Navy won't care if we lynch them. I can't believe we finally have a chance to get back at them. I thought it would never happen. Let's break all their bones with a hammer. We'll stick 1,000 arrows in them. Don't kill them yet. Let them suffer. My sons were only 5 and 2 years old, and for so-called crime of walking across their path, the celestial dragons shot them 16 times with a pistol. My daughter was taken for a slave, and she came home in a miserable state. She wouldn't speak a word of what happened and killed herself 3 days later. I was once a slave myself that he took my eyes for sport. My wife was burned alive, but none of that matters to you, does it? Because of those heavenly offerings we owe you, our country collapsed into famine. Have you ever been hungry in your lives? We starved to death, bags of skin and bones. But you might as well be gods, isn't that right? You're different from us humans. This isn't nearly enough to kill you, is it, Dofi? This is getting a treatment humanity like writhing maggots. Do you have any idea what kind of pain, sadness, and what suffering really are? Do you, celestial dragons? Have you gone mad, Saint Homing? Why would a man in your position give up his divine right to transcend the level of a human? But we are humans. We always have been. Are you including us in that statement? It is blasphemy. You have no respect for the dragon kind. Filthy traitor, do you always been a heretic? Yeah. father, mother is dead. Please, not the children. Kill me if you must. What have you done? Mr. We've caught law. Yeah. Yeah. What chapter does Doflamingo kill his dad? What chapter does Doflamingo kill his father? It's like 77, it says. Be forced to kill my family. Killed his father in chapter 6. This is clearly not true. Executes his father. When the fuck does he do that? When the fuck does he kill his dad? Am I missing something? Oh, right here. My bad. I wasn't seeing it. Yeah, I didn't. I was looking at this page right here and I never looked at it. Yeah. To be honest, they were lynched. That's facts. I do blame Dofi for sure. Yeah, Dofi was a child, and Trouble and his gang were thugs. They never had conquerors Haki and didn't think much of a normal people, so they groomed him to what he is today. It is a matter of whether or not Dofi's dad deserved to die. Rather, he was naive and out of touch. His actions led his family to being tortured, and Dofi wanted someone to pay than everyone. Yeah. Doflamingo would always been evil. He would have always have wanted a way back to the Holy Land no matter how he met. I mean, he was claiming his birthright, but like, is it really a birthright at the end of the day if it's like, it really just boils down to some pact that somebody made like 800 years ago? Literally the most recent video, Otis, contrast, blur the lines like crazy, how his goofy designs and all. Isn't when Treble meets him and gives his family fruit? Yeah. The fruit and the gun, yeah. I might have to watch that video because I think other mangas explore these themes like One Piece does. That was good, Michael. Thoughts in the chat? It was pretty good. It was pretty damn good. 1 second, guys. I'll be back. Okay. New chapter was good. I liked seeing an expansion on Imu's abilities even further, so it's interesting to see how much damage Ragnar's ice can take without it ever fucking breaking. I don't know. Just a lot. There was a lot of good things to show up, and I'm excited to see what happens next chapter, especially for Sanji. That's basically it. Okay. Man. Yeah, there is 100% a large... It's very jarring, right? There's a large distinction between what One Piece is capable of, or in terms of its writing, and what the characters look like at the end of the day. I read a lot of series, and a lot usually stick to a main core and a few small themes. Naruto and Bleach, for example. I don't know a core for Dragon Ball at all. I don't know if Dragon Ball really has like a core theme that it tries to play along other than like... What was the topic again? Oh, there's no topic anymore. I think we're kind of past the Doflamingo stuff. I think we're past that for sure. I'm just gonna go back to writing for a bit. I know your place is kind of resistance. All creatures are not born equal. Humans have to know their proper place in the world. Imagine somebody coming up to you saying you owe me $20 because your 8 times great grandpa owed my 8 times great grandpa money. That shit is crazy. He deserved something, but not death. Yeah. I was ready to go back to Glazing Fujitora. Go ahead, Glaze Fujitora. Go ahead. If it starts up another conversation, we can totally have another one. And it also kind of does hype up the, it does kind of... Let me ask you guys this. Is self-improvement... I would say that this... Actually, yeah. Self-improvement would definitely be the core theme of Dragon Ball. You can definitely argue that. 100%. I can definitely see that. With Goku accepting a Saiyan heritage, I can agree with that. But it's kind of like accepting where you're from, but knowing where you grew up, right? It's like accepting and understanding where you come from, but also knowing that it doesn't that what makes you who you are is where you grew up, right? Mm-hmm. Okay. That defied Arlong. With 20 towns and villages under their protection. Okay. So with 20 towns and villages under their protection, Arlong essentially took over the vast majority of this island while also paying off the Marines. Yeah. Okay. I got it. Do you think Kaido versus Emu would have been more competitive than Loki? I'm gonna be honest with you. Probably not. I am starting to fall more and more into the camp that Loki might be stronger than Kaido. I'm starting to fall under the camp for the last few months that Loki might be stronger than Kaido. If he can deal with his Devil Fruit's high stamina cost, I think Loki might become a problem. Sorry. I don't know. I've been falling asleep like really late as of lately. Like, usually I have everything off by like midnight, but like I just can't seem to fall asleep entirely. It's been a bit rough. I woke up today like at 1 p.m. actually. I was super surprised. I'm like, yo, I don't want that to happen again. Honestly, Kaido probably would have a harder time. Like, Loki has a god tier fruit and a legendary weapon plus strong haki, yeah. I personally think Luffy and Kaido are equals. You still think they're equals? I would only disagree from the perspective of the characters getting stronger after every island and Luffy ultimately beating Kaido, but I could see why you would say that. I am dreading a Loki versus Kaido video. I want to make it, but it's going to be stressful as fuck. Just offer your opinion, offer your line of reasoning as to why you believe that Loki's stronger. There's plenty of evidence to make the argument that there is based on Loki essentially having the narrative of the story on his side, with him being introduced not only after Kaido, but also being introduced as a character that has the capacity to deal with extremely powerful beings from the pre-time skip era. Mainly that being Harold, who was at least relative to Rox, who was stronger than Kaido was in the past, but that was prior to Kaido gaining his Devil Fruit. So again, it boils down to an opinion. Don't worry about it, guy. Just give whatever opinion you feel like is best with the most consistent line of logic, and also offer up an argument for Kaido. One thing I will always say is that offering up an argument for the other character or offering up a certain set of interpretations will make the comment sections a lot less stressful, in my personal opinion. Luffy will be undeniably stronger. I can see that. Propaganda Kaido is now getting low diffed. Okay, with 20 towns and villages under his protection, Arlong has essentially taken over the entirety of this island. And uses the tribute that they pay to pay off the Marines so that they don't cause him trouble. Luffy wasn't able to hurt Warcury, but he could hurt Emu, meaning Warcury is more durable than Emu. There's an argument for it. I think that's fine. You could also argue that it's based on some kind of hacks that Warcury has, but we can leave that as that for now. I mean, that's fine, right? Like, you can have characters that are tougher than Emu, but you can also have them be weaker than Emu overall, right? Like, toughness doesn't always translate. At least One Piece as a series has shown that toughness, durability, speed, like, all of these factors don't automatically all scale higher than another character's. Sometimes you can have a character that is slower, that is faster than you, but likely still weaker, right? Big Kaido, he earned this shit for real? Okay. Wait, didn't Kaido have an encounter with Emu in God Valley? That one scene where the big hitters hit Emu with conks? Yes, and then Rox gets taken over. I can pull that up if you'd like. Rox is 100% taken over, and then he loses his will to fight. And then Kaido essentially gets... Basically, everyone runs away. It's after 55, I guess. It would be like around, like, what, 62? Yeah, this is where he takes the bite out of it. Okay. By the way, when this shit gets animated, it's going to be absolutely fucking insane. Drag on. Like, bro didn't have an attack for his thing yet. Galaxy, Divine to Partner, Pandemonium. Galaxy, that's my quarry, Garp. Yeah. Pandemonium, okay. The amount of Conqueror's Hockey that just shot out from that... Yo, the amount of Conqueror's Hockey that shot out... Amazing. Yeah, then he turns Rocks, and then when Rocks gets transformed... he attacks... Yeah. He attacks the two of them, and he slams them both. He basically just slams them both down, and this whole giant mountain completely comes crumbling down from the clash of their attacks. And I think Kaido and everyone else just decides to like say, "Fuck it, I'm getting the hell out of here." Yeah. But it stated that they got stronger after that. No, yeah, Luffy is also currently stronger, and I agree, Eon stats vary from characters to character. Not every one operates like DBZ. Yeah, not every series operates like DBZ. You can argue that some characters have higher attack potency, some characters have higher destructive capacity, so on and so forth. Dami Reverse Eye is a dangerous ability. It's a solo ability easily. I can't wait to learn more about Dami Reverse Eye. It gets so much hate, but I fuck with the ability. I fuck with it too! You stick somebody with tendrils and they essentially become a fucking demon that you have to essentially kill before they come back. Like, I think that's awesome, dude. So, Kaido saw a literal god-level threat and thought, no one can challenge me in this world besides Odin, Roger, and Rox. He didn't know what the fuck he was looking at, to be honest. You tell me. Okay, you're a guy like Kaido who's likely more so a meathead than anything else. And you blasted a fucking snake spider looking thing that automatically just regenerated from the blast and then took your boss's body over. Like, I'm gonna be so honest with you when I say Emu turning rocks, Emu powering up rocks. Emu powering up rocks with Dami Reverse Eye. And then having Rocks take out what is probably one of the most insane gallery of motherfuckers. Like, put it like this. Imagine if, just for a fucking moment, right? I'm gonna just conceptualize this with me, right? Because I feel like people genuinely just don't understand how insane, like, all of this stuff is, right? Chapter 1000, right? Imagine if Kaido and Big Mom, instead of fighting this stack of fucking fighters, which end up defeating them in the end, three of them end up defeating them in the end, are you really going to sit here and tell me that this stack of fighters right here, Garp, Roger, at least closer to their primes than probably their current ages, or what their current ages would be. Roger, Garp, Whitebeard closer to their primes than any version that we've seen before, and Big Mom and Kaido relatively at a young age. You're going to sit here and tell me that Big Mom and Kaido could have taken on that kind of a stack up? I don't know. Personally, I don't know, man. I think it's crazy. Demon Rocks versus the future Yonko, future Pirate Kings, and the Goat of the Navy is probably the most insane matchup so far. I think it's insane. And it's also to talk about, like, if it's also like a thing that one can talk about, like if Rocks was instead kept alive, maybe like Dami Reverse Side and kept alive as like one of Emu's. If he was kept up as like one of Emu's slaves, I think that would be crazy. Doesn't it say they don't reach it doesn't reach their potential till 10, 20 years later? However long it could be, right? I'm just saying they're closer to their primes by that point in the series than they are when they're already in an old age, is what I'm getting at, right? Wouldn't that mean Prime Kaido is close to Odin fight? I would say that this is Prime Kaido, because there's nothing to kind of imply that that the version of Kaido that Odin fought was Prime. There's kind of no argument for that. Current Yonko over God Valley guys, to be honest. You think so? Really? Okay, I can see that. I guess from a narrative perspective, I guess I'm coming at it from more from like a narrative perspective where like these guys are supposed to be considered some of the tippity top of the verse. And this is also not for me to say that like the difference between the old gen and the current gen is like that big of a is like a massive like I'm not saying that it is a heaven and earth difference, right? Like I'm not saying that like any one of these three guys could one-shot current Luffy. I'm not saying that either. I'm saying they would go high diff, but what I'm saying is this is an extremely stacked matchup in my opinion. And I would honestly fail to see many characters be able to tank this level of damage or this level of power output, even in modern day, right? Even in modern day. Trouble. Okay, let's go back. As Arlong takes... As Arlong flexes his superior fishman prowess physique against isn't this guy's name Goza? The chief of the village. Usopp fires a gunpowder star that causes Arlong to drop the man. Seeing Usopp's legs shake every time always makes me laugh. Thank you so much. I'm definitely working on pushing out way more as soon as possible. Different shit coming, deep dives, rankings, tier lists, and many more, to be honest. Love that for you, guy. Can't wait to see your channel grow, my guy. Hard to say, honestly. I can believe that current Yonko are stronger, but they are stagnated to hell. God Valley, they've got some threats, but that were arguably stronger than the current Yonko. Besides Imu, who is undeniably stronger than both groups. Dami Reverse, someone loved, someone loved... or someone's loved one is too sick. Like, what is Naruto doing if Hinata gets Dami? You run the risk of going overboard and actually ending her life. Not necessarily, because you can technically end their lives as a Dami Reversai, and they'll just turn back around and come back with less power. Like, killing people who are Dami Reversai doesn't end up killing them. That's why I think like Naruto could unironically, if you could unironically blast Hinata with a tailed beast bomb. And as long as the attack isn't, and as long as she Dami Reversais after like the blast is through, then she should be fine. If Usopp gets Ragnar upscaled, that would be so hype. Dude, I've been saying it for a minute now. Usopp should get Ragnar. I think I said it like early last year. Into the reveal of Ragnar and all this stuff, right? Okay. Causes Arlong to drop the man. And now has his attention focused on the Sniper King. That causes Arlong to drop the man. To drop Goza. Usopp fires that causes Arlong to drop Goza, which results in Arlong now losing his temper and ripping the house that Usopp was standing on right out of its foundation. He then slams said house into the neighboring house in an attempt to squash Usopp as quickly as possible. However, he is capable of getting away. As much as I think this is a hot take, I do think Thrag can beat Luffy. Really? How do you think Thrag beats Luffy? I'm curious. Is a watered-down, weaker version. He let himself go and took the easy way out, setting up in the weakest seas. He used to fight on the Grand Line. He's the Fishman Moria. That's funny. But I have a mission to accomplish. I promised Luffy I'd bring back that girl. She's definitely up to something. He did literally end his own family when they were Dami. I mean, if you Dami Reverse-Eye Naruto, there's kind of nothing most people can do, right? Like, I would say even Sasuke would, like, go extreme high diff with him, just because Naruto would also get an amp. Do you guys think a Dami Reverse-Eye Naruto would be killable? At least in the context of One Piece? Sorry, Naruto. Where is he? Momu loves roast pig. Did he already eat? Maybe I should eat it. What's that trumpet? Where are you? Hachan, call me Hachi. Are you a fishman too? I'm a cuddly octopus fishman. But you look human. You a marine? A guest? A guest? Yeah, that's it. But Lord Allen isn't here right now. He's not? Better? Okay. By the way, I'm doing a hot takes video soon, anime or fiction, so anything that you guys think is a hot take, y'all can drop it, and I will screenshot and show it in the video and address it. Yo, Guy, actually, I did hit up Lilo's Adventure for a video idea like that. Would you actually be down to, like, make some content like that with me? Like, genuine question, because I had brought this idea up weeks ago with my Discord chat about, like, doing hot takes. I think I did it in video discussions. I think it was somewhere like around video discussions. You're more than welcome to do the ability regardless of whether or not I'm in it. I don't personally care, but I was thinking about doing the same where I had asked the fuck was this? Memento, no offense, but this is the worst take. I can debunk this real quick. Proposition. Okay, that's Memento. Where we essentially did do that, where I took a bunch of like hot takes from my chat and I was going to turn it into a video where, you know, I go over it, I discuss it, I see if I agree with them or not. Where the fuck did I put it? Anyway, I did that, but it's fine. If you're ever down to do that, let me know. Honestly, yeah. If anybody here has any hot takes that they would like to put out, please, please write them down. So guys takes can screenshot them. Here, I'll give you a hot take. Let me see. My hot take is vibe scaling. My hot take is vibe scaling is one of the fastest way to separate a casual power scaler from a power scaler that does research. Vibes, scaling off of vibes is what separates a casual power scaler from a power scaler that does research. That is my hot take. If I can find it... does anybody remember what channel we did that on? Was it in general discussions? I'm trying to find them, because honestly, I could also just give you some of these hot takes and I can get some more later for myself. Like, I don't mind. I don't mind sharing some of these. Like, it doesn't... I don't mind helping out, like, the community, and I don't mind helping out other scalers, if anything. Hot take, Dragon will be revealed to be a fodder. Chopper one-shots Dami Reverse-Eye rocks. A competitive power scaler. LMAO. Yeah, that works. Dami Reverse-Eye works if Imu gets the conditions for it. Wasn't his family shown on the ship Dragon took over, though, after he killed them in Dami? No, Kuma teleported them away. Granted rocks as CLC. Okay. Wasn't his family shown rocks? Okay. Let me add some stuff about Momo. Getting away. As Hachi calls out for Momu, the giant sea cow. Luffy, Sanji, and Yosaku who are nearby the island run into him. Who runs into? He runs into. Yosaku calls Momo a Grand Line monster. And says that it's after their food, which immediately causes Luffy to punch him right in the face, knocking down this 36-meter tall monster. In one, like with Gamabunta, the only piece of evidence that even remotely gives us an actual sense of scale for how large the sea beast is a data book entry that says he is 36 meters tall and 16 tons heavy. So Luffy just knocked down in a single punch a creature larger than Gamabunta who scales to the size of the other tailed beasts. That is over twice the size of in a single punch. Okay. That's a pretty hot take. Madara Susanoo sword should scale exponentially above the mountain size and Rasengan as it is mountain size Rasengan as it is comparable to Kurama's Biju bomb. The massive Rasengan is never comparable to a Biju bomb. It's never compared. But that's a hot take. That's a fair hot take. On Dragon's ship when he took it over. It will always not be funny when people start One Piece and they get midway and they be like, Bonnie is hella fine. Alright. Naruto is not as deep as One Piece. This is not a dig at quality, but in terms of thematic depth, I don't agree with the people say that Naruto's deeper or darker or whatever. Hot take, Zoro in Asura mode with 9 arms. Give Zoro in Asura mode with 9 arms and 9 blades. Isn't that what he already does? Wait, no, he has 6 arms and 9 blades. Yeah, that's already kind of what he does. My hot take is that Naruto's not as deep. Yeah, I appreciate you guys for helping out Guy. I really do appreciate you guys for helping out Guy. It's nice to see that we can help each other out in these communities. Okay. That must be it. What a heart. That super crowd tried to eat me along with the food. Okay, single punch. As Momu returns, gets angry, and decides to attack them, Sanji offers a second one of his meals, but as it approaches him to take a bite out of the food, Sanji kicks him away, stating that he tried to eat him along with the food. So now we have two characters with the capacity to knock back a creature twice as large as Gamabunta. As it goes in for 1/3 attack, Sanji kicks it straight in its throat. Yeah, for sure. Straight for its throat, completely knocking it back and having it sink backwards, causing it to pass out, causing Momu to pass out. While sinking backwards. Let me look up Luffy and Sanji versus Momu. Luffy.
Linus and how the internet
Dude, I'm gonna
has sort of
fucking
been
crash
viewing
out,
recently,
man.
You might already understand.
If I click it, then fucking work. God damn. Luffy and Sanji versus Momu. So Luffy punches it away. It wants to attack again. You want to attack it? It's just looking for the food. Go ahead, show it compassion. That thing was gonna feed on me as well. Okay. You always misclick. I don't misclick, bruh. JoJo's is the most overhyped, overscaled series out there. That's not a bad take. That's not a bad hot take. I don't know if it's a hot take, but I'm pretty sure Kuma can one-shot Naruto by removing Kurama, causing that guaranteed death of a Jinchuriki without intervention, of course. Durability. He would probably be able to throw a Biju, but that does not mean he can harm them. I mean, what feats do the tailed beasts have that imply anything close to durability? Because half the time, they get knocked around with, like, nothing. Cold take. The Biju Bomb should multiple tiers above a Rasengan of equal size. Cool. Oh. I read all of that and it wrote it down again. God damn it. Okay. Sinking backwards. Now, I'm sure you're probably wondering, okay, you're specifying over and over again. Actually, no. I'll, Okay, Eon. No, let me see. You keep specifying the size. Comparison between Momu and Gamabunta. Like, sure, Momu's way bigger, but why exactly would that make him tougher or more durable than Gamabunta? Let alone the tailed beasts. Okay. Okay. Being knocked around is not a durability feat? Yeah, but they also don't have durability feats. Here, I'll show you. So, Gamabunta gets summoned, right? Gamabunta gets summoned by Naruto, right? So, okay, let's just go with a quick comparison. As I've been explaining before, as I've explained already multiple times, the scale of things that occur in One Piece as far as the character's capacity to employ insane levels of physical strength don't necessarily mean that these characters might scale around to or above any of these giant creatures. However, you might ask yourself, okay, well, Eon, real quick, why the fuck are you even remotely saying that, like, Gamma Bunta that like knocking out Momu somehow scales it to Gamma Bunta? But my question is, why exactly would Gamma Bunta scale high at all? Here is an air cannon. Here is an air bullet, right? That's an air bullet. Gamma Bunta shoots 2 water bubbles that clash with the air bullets, and he takes, what is it, 1 air bullet, which causes him to take a massive amount of damage that covers him in blood, and as he lands, he says, even someone like me can take many more of those little balls, so what are we going to do? The most important factor is to clobber them, right? They're relative to perfect Susanoo Madara, so whatever that scale? No, they're not. I would not agree with that at all. I would not agree with that at all. So you're telling me that the Akatsuki, who are stronger, who are the capacity to hurt tailed beasts, can also hurt Madara's perfect Susanoo? Absolutely not. I'm going to disregard that. So, how strong is the air bullet? Well, that's a good question. How strong is the air bullets? I don't know. They are strong enough to hurt Gamma Bunta. Well, okay, Eon, so so they'll scale to whatever kind of damage Gamma Bunta scales to. I think that's a reasonable conclusion to reach, right? We have to look up how powerful Gamma Bunta is, or how well he can tank a hit in order to figure out how powerful these jutsu are. Well, okay, so let's look at the 3-way deadlock, right? Let's look at this fight, okay? Gamma Bunta summoned on top of a snake, right? Let's see what the characters do. So, she attacks with acid. Well, that's not a feat for Gamma Bunta at all. She is getting squished apart, but I don't know how exactly Gamma Bunta scales to that. He bites on the tail, she splits herself up, Gamma Bunta goes back, he dodges again, they use a big jutsu that burns off the skin, but he's attacking from behind, and then Tsunade closes his mouth shut, and he basically doesn't show up anymore. So, more of mountain level AP feat, not the durability of his mountain level AP feat. Okay, so who has a mountain level AP feat? Who exactly has a... Oh, okay. So, okay. The tailed beasts would obviously be mountain level at the very least, right? Because of tailed beast bombs. Correct. But tailed beast bombs are on the upper end of what they are capable of, right? We're not going to go under this assumption that a tailed beast bomb is... that a air bullet is equal to a tailed beast bomb. We're not going to sit here and argue that a water bullet jutsu, because it clashes with 2 of them, because he shot 5, let's just say he shot 5 of these up, but the water bullets, like, clash with 2 of them each. So we're not going to sit here and say that these water bullets are mountain level jutsu as well. They're not. There's actually nothing for me to base it off of. The slice Madara used to cut mountains? Cool. How does that compare to the Shukaku? Cool. How does that compare to Shukaku? Because, again, you could 100% argue that his perfect Susanoo is stronger than the one-tailed Shukaku, which would also be much larger than. Everyone forgets that A was able to permanently injure a tailed beast with raw strength. Even you said the chakra is what made the injury permanent. A is far from mountain level. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, Biju bombs are their upper end. True, they can spam it, but it doesn't mean that their low-level attacks or durability scale to a Biju bomb, especially since we know for a fact that they cannot fully tank their own Biju bomb. So even trying to argue this from a perspective of, well, the Biju would clearly need to have equal power to their Biju bombs in order to be able to launch them in the first place, and yet flicks it right back, causes the explosion, big fucking explosion, lands and is covered in blood, is heavily damaged, and literally right afterwards, yeah, he has to revert to, I'm at my limit too, he has to revert back into base. Like, yeah, no, tailed beast bombs, the air bullet jutsu, that Gamma Bunta quite literally states he can't take too many of those, is clearly powerful enough. I never scaled them to the Biju bomb, nor brought them up. What? Okay, but I don't care about where you're scaling them to. You're saying Madara Susanoo slice, cutting mountains. Fantastic. I don't care where the perfect Susanoo scales because it is clearly stronger than all the other tailed beasts. If it is capable of quite literally tanking one of a full 9 tails tailed beast bombs, which is more powerful than 5 tailed beasts tailed beast bombs. So again, the perfect Susanoo is completely irrelevant to this topic of conversation. The only thing you could scale it up to is maybe the Ninetales, and that's it. Even tank their own Biju Damas? From my understanding, no. This right here proves that they can't. So yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. I would argue that with no objective statements, feats, or piece of evidence throughout any point in the series, to even remotely argue that Gamabunta has a specific threshold of attack potency, durability, etc., because there's kind of nothing for me to work off of. I'll even go into the Pain Assault. Gamabunta fighting the Tailed Beasts. Where the fuck is it? Gamabunta fighting not Tailed Beasts. The giant summonings essentially just boils down to a war of attrition where they just have to hold him off while Naruto fights on his own. I mean, however strong you think these beasts are, that can, like, clearly hurt and bite them and pierce through their skin, with the beasts also having essentially no real scaling because they only ever fight Gamma Ken. Gamma Ken over here is the only other time that they fight, so if they pierce through their skin, I mean, they simply bite hard enough to hurt the giant toads. Gamabunta is trying to do jutsu. He gets his ability, and then he blasts them away. And then as he tries to simply attack them, he gets blasted away by an almighty push, and this jutsu decommissions Gamabunta completely. So, am I going to sit here and say that Luffy's punches are equivalent to that of a Tailed Beast? Sorry, of a Sixth Path of Pain? Absolutely not. But I also think that Gamabunta quite literally couldn't tank this attack whatsoever, so it still leaves me in this massive open space. Yeah, it has the power of the Biju, right? So which Biju is it? Is it the Ninetales or is it the other Bijus? Yeah, so does it scale to the Ninetales or does it scale to the other Biju? Because there's a massive disparity there, and I would argue it scales more to the Ninetales, but sure. I've been coming more and more around to the idea that Madara Susanoo, his perfect Susanoo, does scale more to the Ninetales than any of the other tailed beasts. Considering their importance and hype, the majority of the Jinchuriki are surprisingly featless. Yeah. And that slice is not equal to a Biju Bomb by visuals. Cool. Not equal to a Biju Bomb. Cool. Fantastic. Still doesn't help me scale the Biju. Still does not do anything for me. Because again, twice as big. Actually, I don't even need to pull that up. Again, twice as big and likely way more powerful. Where the fuck is the 630 something, right? Yeah, 630 something. Yeah, because again, bigger and tougher than the Biju. So, doesn't really help me out. And what else is there to a Biju if not physicals and Biju Bomb, AP-wise? I have nothing to go off of. They have Biju Bombs. That's why I call them mountain level beings, because they literally just blow up mountains. They don't do anything else. The Biju do not have that many feats. Gyuki ripped apart a forest. That's kind of it. Gyuki ripped apart a forest. Unless you want me to use Shikaku's scaling right here, which he didn't even use the same jutsu that, he didn't even use the same jutsu that he used against, what's his face? This isn't even the same jutsu that he used against Gamabunta, so again, I have nothing to go off of. I'm sitting here telling you straight up, I have nothing to base any of this off of. Like, yeah. Madara's out here being wiped out by their tails, losing an arm, covered in blood, severely damaged. His Susanoo, walking Susanoo, slice equals the power of the Biju. Guessing you don't use the data books? What would the data books help me out in any way, shape, or form here? I don't think there's a data book for Shukaku that helps me out. You could 100% argue that the slice of his blade is weaker than a Biju Bomb. 100% argue it, and that still doesn't help me with the air bullet jutsu. So again, where's the bridge? Where's the bridge? A single statement that says he has the power of the Biju, but it's clearly closer to Kurama, who clearly outscales all the other Bijus. So again, what do I use here? Not really giving me much to work with. You're giving me essentially a bridge from a statement, but the bridge from the statement doesn't exactly fully work one-to-one because, again, it is comparable to the Ninetales more than it is comparable to every other Biju. Like, I have to be serious about this, and I have to sit here and argue, do I think that the perfect Susanoo is the weakest thing here? Like, are we arguing that the perfect Susanoo is the weakest thing here, or the physicals are close to the level of the slice? No, they don't have to be close to the level of the slice. We just talked about it. Different characters can have different stats. Why would the Biju stats equate to that of the perfect Susanoo? Why would they equate to it? I don't have to even remotely follow that if it's not either stated or implied within the story. Naruto is a series where different characters have different levels of stats. Tsunade is not as fast as the Raikage, but she does hit stronger. Onoki relies more on hacks to either amp his weight or speed in order to deal tough blows, and even then, they wouldn't be comparable to A, even if you could say they're all... I just showed the logic. Yeah, the logic doesn't work one-to-one because the logic still requires you to believe that the statement stands above everything else, and in this case, a tailed beast bomb from Kurama, if a tailed beast bomb from the A-Tails could hurt the A-Tails, a tailed beast bomb from Kurama would be much more powerful than any other tailed beast, especially the full Kurama would be much more powerful than every other tailed beast bomb we've seen in the series, so... Again, your bridge does not connect very well. Anyway... That's kind of where I'm at with this. I will continue to explain this. I will continue to work on this. And, yeah. I'll just continue to work on this on my end. Yo, Saku has to be with a Y. Naruto didn't do a good job in showing the scale of power of the tailed beast outside of the Ninetales, who just seems more powerful than all of them. Hashi scammed the villages, 100%. 100%. Anyway, oh, by the way, I found something interesting about this. I can actually change. I didn't know I could do this with Control H. Momu, and change them all to Momu. You can actually change all of the words back to back with Control H. So it's going to change every single one of these words that I use right now. Oh, replace all. Yeah. There, now we made them bigger. I simply believe that the physicals are similar and their Biju bombs are simply scaled differently, Kurama included. Naruto literally manhandles them, so no, their physicals don't automatically equate to one another. Their physicals quite literally do not equate to one another. Again, I understand your logic. I'm not saying that your logic is bad, but I am saying it's not good enough for me. The logic is just not good enough for me, personally. The closest you can get is Perfect Susanoo over Biju off of a Hashi comparison, yeah, but again... That doesn't... What am I supposed to say? They're supposed to be... They are physically supposed to be equal to the perfect Susanoo, so they should be capable of sending out massive waves of force with their tails. Let's just say their tails in order to completely destroy mountains. Like, no. Tailed beast bombs don't ever show the capacity to just damage mountains through raw physical force in the same way as the perfect Susanoo. It just doesn't happen, so I cannot feel comfortable making that line of scaling because I'm essentially making a claim that I cannot fully back up. Yeah. Again, if anybody likes that logic of them all being the same, I can wholeheartedly say you can fully believe that. But I don't personally think that that line of logic follows through. So again, it's like, it just boils down to, do you think Luffy punches with more force, with enough force to at least hurt and displace Gamabunta? If he can hurt and displace a creature larger than Gamabunta, do you think Luffy can do it to Gamabunta, who also essentially has no durability feats? Yeah, that's basically what it is. Naruto scaling, if you take this novel statement and apply it to this character who is stronger than that character and use their light novel... I don't think that's what this person's doing. I don't think that's what Barco's is doing. They just forgot Naruto manhandling them. That was just it. It's fine. Naruto, much like JoJo, is an anime that collapses a lot the more you look at it. Yeah. Guys, I'm gonna head out though. I am tired. I am hungry. I need lunch. So... I will talk to you guys later. I'll keep working on this on my time. I'm not going to stream tomorrow. I can't promise about Thursday either, but I do hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your day, and I'm happy that we were able to have... Hey, we were able to hit some nice peaks. 45? Okay, I like that. And we were able to keep a consistent 30-ish viewers, so... I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your night. I hope you guys take care of yourselves, treat others with respect. Drink some water, please. Drink some water, please. It is very important. I have to tell myself the same thing. But yeah. And I really do appreciate that we're able to now have these discussions more politely, you know. I appreciate also Barcos, I really appreciate the back and forth that you and I could have, because even if we were disagreeing on it, even if I didn't show you those panels, like it didn't get to any toxic extent. So I do want to say I do appreciate you for that. But yeah, guys, have a wonderful rest of your day. Take care of yourselves and peace out.